Bang. You gone. Just sit there for the next. For the ones that come after.
Sitting here for the next like 3, 4 hours. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Usually like after 3 hours, like yesterday, dude, it was only 3 hours and I was so tapped out from everything. Oh, dude,
Right?
it sucks, dude. It's like we didn't even do that much. Even though
Right?
you keep saying, oh, you did a lot, you did a lot. And I'll be like, ah, dude.
Nope. You didn't do enough. I'm disappointed.
Thank you, thank you.
I don't know why you suck ass so much, but I wish you would stop.
Just
But
give up.
you just continue to do so, so I mean,
Just
fuck,
give
I
up,
give up.
bro. Yeah, we're ending it here.
Is that what you want to hear? Huh? See what you've made me into,
A
Nathan? See what you've made
monster.
me into. I tried to be kind. You just won't let me.
Try to be kind. Yeah, you're too kind. Honestly, give me a false sense of hope. False sense of lies. You're feeding me lies just to make me happy. Just to give me the earth shattering, the crushing reality of it. Okay, let me go grab my cup. I'm sharing my screen.
I'm glad you're doing that.
I mean, like, dude, I feel like I'm already done with the texturing. It's like, it's blue and yellow and pink, and then there you go.
Yeah, you could be done.
Or is there something specific you're trying to show me?
Well, no, I just think that we would like to spend a little bit of time in here. I mean, you've been wanting to learn this. I don't want to rush through it.
I
That's the
guess that's
difference
true.
here. Like, don't just start like rushing through it because I told you not to care, because then, well, you're not really getting anything out of it.
Wow, dude. Oh
I
God! So
mean,
you're telling me not to
you
care, but now you're telling me to care.
you
Which
do
is it?
this. You do this every time. I don't
What?
know how many times I'll be like, don't care, don't get stuck in this, don't get stuck in this, and then you just like you take it too far.
I take it
You go
too
like you go from
far.
like,
I don't.
oh, okay, I'm gonna like sit here and move a couple of verts for like a couple of hours to like, oh, never mind. Well, then I'll just make it look like a fucking mess and I'll be okay with it. And I'm like, I just want you to care, but I just don't want you to fucking like lose yourself. There's a
Oh
difference here.
God, dude! You're asking me to balance it out, and you're asking
Yeah,
too
like
much.
fuck, man, ain't that much.
That's a lot to me.
Yeah, I'm realizing that.
It's a lot, dude. Oh God. Why won't you let me just not care and then care about the stuff that I do want to care? How huh? You know? Is that too much to
I
ask
guess
for?
so.
Is that too much?
I guess so.
Because it's just like, oh God. And then you're like, oh, we'll get more practice and the more you do it. And I was like, all right, well then like let's move on to the next. So let's get to practicing faster. Like I shouldn't care about this as much. And that's fine. But then you're like, "Oh, do care." It's like, "Oh, I was I'd rather
I don't
not
know, bro.
care and get through a
I
bunch
think
of it and then learn from
I
it than
think you're
care a
taking a
bunch
little
and
too
not learn
far.
at all. Well, that's just how my brain works though. So it's just like, work with me here. Work with how I
Well,
am. Work with
work with you. Work
work
with
with
you,
you.
bitch. Please, fuck you. Okay, you work with me, motherfucker.
Work
I'm
with
the one that's
me.
putting time in here. I'm the one that's helping you. Don't be like, you're
But
not
I
helping me
you
the way
have
I
to
want you to help
cater,
me.
you
Mm,
cater to my needs. Cater to.
Jesus, spoiled ass little bitch.
Huh?
Damn, you can bring out the nasty Adrian in me. Fuck.
Either you're crashing out or you're just like,
Tell me what to fucking do. Yeah,
"Tell
damn.
you what to do, bro." No, it's to help you. I'm just caring for you.
How about you help yourself?
But well, me helping
Right?
you helps
How about you
me.
check yourself before you wreck yourself, motherfucker? Because I'm
Uh,
about to fucking walk
What?
out.
What? That's crazy.
Tell me what to fucking do. Shit.
And telling you what to do would make it easier.
No. No, it really wouldn't. You really do need to just kind of like
It
just
was
be okay with just allowing yourself to do these things.
oh
I'm just
god.
saying you take these extremes and then you turn it into like this like game of like, oh, well, I'm doing what you asked me, and it's like you're really not, and you know you're not, because like I didn't ask you to not give a fuck.
You're asking me to care less.
I
And that
know
to
I'm
me
asking
is
you to direct your care. There's nothing here that I'm telling you to care less. I'm telling you to direct it.
well, yeah, not get married to it, you know? So it's like
Yeah,
I
man.
take that as like just care less about it so yeah, I can move on.
Damn, motherfucker.
Like I don't
So
know.
all you do is you go out there in the world and you go, hey boo, how you doing? Oh, you like me? All right, let's get married. And they're like, bitch, we didn't even know each other. And you be like, psh, I don't care. Marry me. I'm the fucking shit.
No, it's more of like
Exactly.
it no, no, no,
Exactly.
no, it'll
So you
be
need to
no,
calm
no,
your
no,
tits
no,
down,
let me
motherfucker.
finish it. It's like, oh, to marry me is also insane. But it's like, okay, and if they don't want to, then I'll be like, all right, on to the next. See,
I'm kidding.
that's how it goes.
You got problems.
Uh,
No, I'm dead ass serious. Like I'm just saying with you, man. Like, let's spend a little time in Substance Painter. Get the questions that you've been having out, right? Because we want to spend a little time in here. I want to show you some tricks.
yeah, but then
I want to teach you some things.
also a part of me is like, we're gonna be doing this, like, wouldn't it just speed this up if you just like go
But we're not
next?
about speeding this up. You're not trying to speed me up. I'm speeding you up.
Well,
See,
yeah.
this is the thing. You think that like you're giving me something in return. I'm teaching you.
No,
You
it's
go
more like
into a
I want to
class and you go,
speed
teacher,
this.
teacher, 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 you're going too slow for me. Speed this shit up.
I was more
And they'd
of
be like, who
like
the fuck you think you is, Kanye West?
you're telling me to speed up, and then my way of speeding up is like, all right, caring less about this, so then we could like go to the next, and then me learn
That
from it.
makes no sense.
What do you mean? It's like
That
you
makes no
speed up.
sense.
I learn
Speed
from
up
the
does not
experience.
equate to you care less.
Well, no,
That's
it's
what
to
I'm
avoid the
getting
whole
at.
getting married to it because like if I start to care about it, then how I am, I start caring about it too much, and then I start doing too much, and then when
And
I
you
start
need to
doing
work
too
on that.
much,
Don't
well,
tell
yeah,
me to adapt to you. You need to work on that.
oh
You see,
yeah,
if you were
I,
to go to a
I
job
agree that like
and they
I
were
need
to
to
say the
work on
same
that,
thing to you and you were just like, yo,
but then
yo, motherfucker, my life is dope and I do dope shit. If you don't like that, one day you'll be working for somebody who's working for me because
what did
that's just how I live.
what did I say that was telling you what to do? I've already forgot.
You literally, man, boy,
I
you got like
just
a
like
memory of a goldfish.
I
You
do,
literally be
dude.
saying stuff and then you just be like, oh, I didn't say that.
No,
Oh,
I'm just
bitch, you
like
just said that like
I'm
2 minutes ago.
asking. I because like what did I like what did I tell you to do?
You told me to adapt to you,
To
and I ain't doing
adapt
that.
to me. To adapt to
I ain't doing that.
that's funny.
That's why you send old man Adrian off. That's why he
Adapt to
coming down with the
me.
fury of God.
Oh, adapt are you sure I didn't say that like a joke? Uh,
Nah,
are you sure?
nah,
Adapt
because
because I don't
you've
know.
done this you've done this a couple of times, and I think that you kind of forget the roles that we take here. I'm teaching you, man.
Well, yeah, you're
Like
teaching me.
I'm helping you out.
But
And
then
so
like
like you got a lot of things you got to work on, and that's just the role that you're in. It doesn't
uh-huh.
mean you're less. It's not a problem.
But
It's
then
none of
this
those things. That's literally what we have.
but okay. But then okay, but like then this stem for like me like, oh, I need to like because I'm trying to catch up to like your speed. So then it's like
But you're not
instead of
going
me
to anytime soon.
so
And
then
I will tell you right now that
okay.
you will not catch up to me ever if you keep equating to, oh, I need to speed things up, so that means I care less. I care about everything I do. I just have to focus my priorities and attention. Where I
Uh-huh.
feel like you end up getting lost in the sauce. You start focusing on things that really just don't matter. And that's a really common thing. And it's hard to do. I do it sometimes too.
But then me caring less. So even if I say that I care less, but then I actually don't, then it's like What about that?
Bro, once again, how the fuck am I supposed to know that? If you tell me you're Godzilla, that's all I know. If I've never met you and you're just like, I'm Godzilla, that's all I fucking know. I'm like, okay, this guy's Godzilla. I don't believe him, but he believes
Yeah.
it,
Oh
right?
god.
It's the
Because
same thing
like,
here. When you're like,
mm,
oh, I don't care about this shit, I'm like, I don't believe him, but he's saying it.
oh
So you can't be throwing like I'm not over here trying to solve a fucking puzzle while talking to you. So
yeah.
if you tell me you don't care, then we're gonna talk about it. If you really do care, then don't say you don't. Then don't say you don't fucking care. Like, come on, dummy.
Oh, but it
Come on.
helps me. It helps me. Just like it's like telling myself to like stop like tunnel
What
vision
it
on
is,
this.
what it is it's a mechanism. I'm being serious. I'm gonna put my jokes on the side for right minute. It's a mechanism, and what you're doing is you're trying to kind of not make yourself vulnerable in the situation. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you really need to work on that because if you're in a business setting and you say that to like a boss or something, that's gonna be a problem.
Say what? So what?
And even though you'd be like, "Oh, well, that's not what I really mean." They can have that talk with you, but the problem is not everybody's always going to sit down and try to understand the world of Nathan. You need to adapt to the world that you're moving into.
Uh-huh.
It's a
Especially for like a
big, big thing,
business thing, sure. Like that
especially for a
seems like a
business
no.
thing.
That seems like a no-brainer, you know? I can't like use my own rules in like a business profession, you know? I definitely wouldn't be talking back like this to like in a business like situation. Like professionally. But like since we're like chilling as friends here, it's like, oh, I can say this type of things, you know?
Yes, of course. But the thing is that
But
there's an
yeah,
instance
I
where
agree
we
with you.
switch, right? From when we're just kind of chilling and talking to I'm trying to teach you something. And I was going over what I was going over that we're going to do today. And then that's when you commented. So that's what I'm getting at. You may be making a joke, and that's cool. That's fine. But I don't know if that was a joke at that instance because I've seen you do this before.
Well, it's not a
So, and
joke.
this is
It's more
another
of
thing
like
you do too,
my way of
right?
like me saying, like, oh man, just like care less. Like, I don't know. It's like, oh, I don't
It,
care. Or like, see, that's like
see,
me
well,
over
see,
exaggerating.
see, but the thing is that like you understand where I'm coming from and what I'm saying, but yet it's like we're still having this conversation, right? Where it could have just been something as simple as like, you're right, man. I was joking around, but I realized like you were trying to tell us like what we're gonna be doing, and I do care, and I'll work on that.
All right then.
Sometimes you might just joke around, and I'll be like, that's fair, right?
Yeah.
But that didn't happen.
All right. And this is
What
getting
happens is
dragged
it
out too
keeps kind
long,
of,
and it's just like we can move
yeah,
on
it keeps
now.
getting dragged out because you're saying something, I'm saying something, and really, it seems like what you're putting out there isn't really the thing that you're really trying to say, but I'm trying to help you and
Uh
I'm
huh.
trying to discern the situation
Uh huh.
because I don't know if you're going to go out there and do that. You think that you won't do that, and that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that, but I don't fucking know that. I've never seen you in a professional setting outside of when you were in mine.
uh
And you said a lot of things sometimes that you really shouldn't have said.
huh.
So that's my thing. I have no idea.
Uh,
I think that you sometimes forget I don't know you as well as you know you.
yeah. And I
So you
guess like
can't
the
sit
reason
here
why I
and
get so
like,
stuck on these conversations is to help you or like show or like help you like get to know me better. I guess like understand how I work. So then like since like I know that I know me better than you do, so it's like these conversations like oh I'm trying to like explain like how I work to where it's like when we have these interactions it goes more smoothly. I guess so there's as much like confusion and you're
I don't
like
know.
oh
I don't know, brother. That's a little sus.
what do you mean it's a
Especially
little
like
sus?
what I'm saying is in the moments where we're switching the role to like me training you. You're over here trying to be like, "Well, man, you got to know all the intricacies of who I am."
Not all
The-
interested. I feel like
Bruh,
that's extreme. It's
bruh,
just like,
I don't really care.
okay,
Like
then we can move
I
on from
like
the
you as a person,
conversation.
and we talk and we have fun, but there are some times where we really do have to just kind of click things on and get things moving.
All right, I'm ready to move on.
All right. So, do we care about what we're doing?
Yes. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be here. Uh,
I
uh,
don't know that.
well, okay, from here on out,
There's a
that's what
lot of
that
people who
means.
waste my time.
Like this. There you go. Like I wouldn't be here if I didn't care.
Okay.
Dude.
Well, I hope that's true, and I hope that remains true.
Yeah, dude. It's nothing. It's not gonna change after 5 years of doing this. I don't know. It's just this is all I gotta say.
All right. Well, today we're going to be jumping into Substance Painter. We're going to be looking over some things. I'll be teaching you a couple of things. We'll see how all that goes. And then from there, if we get some time and opportunity to do so, I would like to get us like set up in Unreal, set up our materials and get our textures in. So this way we're prepped for when we're ready to do our rigging, skeleton, and blend shapes.
Hmm. Well, great. All right. And share your screen. There we go. And then
Now I was already kind of working on it, so I've already got mine in Unreal.
all right then.
And essentially we're just gonna kind of get to this point, but I kind of wanted to have this while I was waiting to kind of show you, like, hey, this is kind of the quality that we'll kind of be looking for as we get towards the end. Oh, never mind. Unreal crashed on me. It does not like when I stream this shit. So let's get right on into it. Oh my goodness. It does not want to stream this. Okay, well never mind. I won't stream that later.
I just like are you not just sharing your entire screen? Or are you sharing the
No,
application?
I am. I mean, you can still see my stream.
Oh, it kept like crashing for me, but I can see it now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crashing on my end too. It's because I kept trying to open up Unreal. It just didn't want to do it. So
Yeah. Oh, that sucks.
that's okay.
I mean, it worked
That's okay.
before.
I'll probably just I'll probably just have to decrease the quality, but for now I don't need to do that. So I'm gonna open my Substance Painter back up. We'll go over a couple little techniques, and then I'll just kind of open it up for you to ask some questions because these are the things that you've been saying you've wanted to learn. So I want to take the opportunity to give you that opportunity to ask whatever questions you would like. Um,
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna have to like do it while I'm doing it, or like I feel like it'll be easier for me to ask questions if it was like if I was trying to make my own version of Mega Man, not Mega Man, my own version of Bomberman, and like
You damn
actually.
motherfucker! How dare you call Bomberman
They
Mega Man?
both,
That
they
was
both have
you sent
man.
Adrian on an old man rage again. Oh my god! No, just joking. No, and I understand that, but that's why I think it's a good opportunity now because it's
It's
not
so
something that
simple.
you're married to, right? So when you're in the program and you got something very specific in mind, it may be a little out of your reach at that moment.
Yeah, and then it's easier to ask
And
questions because it's
so
so out of reach.
yeah, yeah. Well, even then, it still may be a little out of reach because the one thing I don't want to do, and this is something that happens a lot between like a more like teacher student role, is that like you'll ask a question and then I'll just kind of basically do it, and then you'll have no idea what I actually did, right?
Okay. Yeah, you
There's a
go over
lot
a
of
lot of
times.
things. It's hard to keep up.
Yeah,
You go
absolutely.
really fast.
Absolutely it is. Which is why it's like it's more about exposure and then you just taking the time to get practice in, right? We've
Or just
talked about
like
this before.
taking notes while you're doing it, and then I'm able to do it right after. So it's like I can just
Yeah.
follow what you just did,
Yep. I mean, there was a time when you didn't take notes, and what did I keep doing? I kept telling you to take notes.
Yeah.
Now you take notes. So you're growing. Um,
Yeah.
and so the the reason is because it's all about exposure. We've talked about this multiple times. You now know that the existence of what you want can be done. You know some of the steps. You may not remember everything and it might have been a little confusing, but it's now planted in you. So now you know, okay, if I head west from the Europe continent and I hit this mass of land, I am in the Americas, right? Instead of thinking you're in India. We've talked about that a lot of times.
Uh-huh.
And so that's why we do that. This is all about exposure, getting you plenty of opportunities to kind of know that something exists because you can easily go back through your notes. And if something doesn't make sense, you could probably type in a portion of what I was teaching and you'll find videos on it.
Yeah. There's no
That
information on
allows
it.
you to start growing and doing those things, right?
Yeah.
And you've done that plenty of times. Where
Yeah.
we get stuck, and something that we've been working on is that we get stuck too much in trying to find the perfect method and that we have these perfect notes. So everything is step by step. But the problem that you run into is you're really never going to run into that instance because every time you do something, there will be a grand scheme of it all. But a lot of the stuff, you're not going to have the perfect notes to replicate because, well, it may require something a little different.
Yeah.
So, where we're really at is trying to get exposure and experience.
Well, yeah, well, it's like, again, like a bunch of exposure to things and then taking notes on like each and every exposure I have and keeping track of everything.
Yep. So, we want to start getting more experience in.
So
So
like
now that we're
I
in the
love
program,
that you show a bunch of different ways to do the exact same thing. And then I just take notes of every single way you show me. Isn't that what I'm supposed to be doing anyway?
yeah,
Cool.
yeah, good job. You're doing what I've asked you to do. Um, so we're essentially we're just gonna kind of go over some techniques here, and then I really just want you to kind of think about some things that maybe you've had some problems on. There's been a couple of times I feel like you've tried to move into these programs, and there's just been some confusing things for you. So now would be a good opportunity if we can remember any while we're going through this, okay?
Uh-huh. Well, you asking me to remember things is very bad. My memory is terrible. Okay.
Fair enough. So, last time we were just kind of plotting out our colors and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
good to go.
we all wanted to just kind of go a different route on things. And so, for me, I decided I wanted to do these kind of cloth-like textures. Like maybe he's got a spacesuit on or something like that. So I wanted some kind of pattern on it. And I picked pretty simple, but I just stuck with the colors and stuff like that. And then these ball things, I thought, well, maybe if they're just some kind of like plastic or something, I don't know what the fuck they are. Rubber, maybe whatever. And then I've got this kind of like skin texture and so on and so forth. But overall, if I hit C, these are my colors, right? So I want to show you a couple cool things of just kind of getting some exposures because I know that you're very, 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 very into, stylization of things. And I think there's a lot of fun things that we can do for this. So I'm
Yeah,
going to show a fun filter.
how to like take these realistic materials that are given base and substance, and then like turning it more, or adding a lot of style to them would be really awesome.
Yeah, for sure. So we're gonna do some fun little things here. So I'm gonna add this little blue fill, and I just want you to kind of chill, just watch this for a little bit, take some notes and stuff like that, and then we'll go over a couple of small little techniques that we'll probably actually pursue.
Cool. Sounds
But these are
awesome.
things that I think will be kind of helpful for you in general. So I'm gonna add just a layer, and then I'm gonna add a generator to it. So I'm gonna right click, add a mask, and then add a generator to that mask. And then if I come down here into my properties, I can actually add a generator. And a generator is kind of cool in Substance Painter. It just uses a lot of those baked maps to kind of generate some kind of quality mask or colors or whatever it may be, depending on how you use it. But there's a really cool one called Light. And if I hold Alt and left click on a mask, I can actually view what the mask is doing.
Alt and left click.
hmm
Okay.
And so here I can view what this mask is doing. So I can actually kind of just start to kind of generate this mask based on my light direction. And this is kind of fun because what I can do is, let's say we want to do something like this where it's kind of aiming up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now I've got all this blue on the bottom. Isn't that cool?
I remember this. Yeah.
And so that's a fun little technique. And another thing that we can do is you'll notice that it's only being applied to the body because we're working on the body. What if we want the setting to propagate to the head and other parts, right?
Uh-huh.
We can actually take any layer that we create and we can right click it and say instantiate across texture sets. This is Control Shift
Instantiate.
D
Okay.
for the short command. And what this will allow you to do is it allows you to take this mask or material or whatever you're using and you can propagate it across and it will use the settings for everything. So you can see now the head is updated too. And if I were to
Wow.
go back in here and I make these adjustments, you'll see that it adjusts on the head as well.
Okay then.
Pretty cool.
Very cool.
So if we wanted to do something kind of stylized and fun, we could add a little light like this.
What would we call that? Like it copies what you generated, or it copies it to another material?
Yeah, yeah, I would say it basically instances it and then it just because like if I go to the head now, I'll see that fill layer and it's called an instance layer. And
Mm.
in there, if I click on it, it'll show me, oh, this is coming from the body, and the body is what's controlling this setting. But the nice thing is because it's instance, I can control it from one place to another in differently. So like if I wanted to lower the opacity on the head but keep it as intense on the body, I'd be able to do so because it's instance.
Hmm, cool.
So that's a fun one. I like this one a lot, and it allows you to just kind of create some cool stuff. Another really fun one. So I'm going to come in here and again, I'm just going to create a fill layer. I'm going to add a black mask. I'll add another generator and we'll come in here and we will do, let's see.
So this type of thing you're showing me is all about generators to make things stylized?
Uh, right now I'm showing you, there are other ones and we'll get into that. I
Okay.
want to spend some time showing you a lot of stylized stuff because that's been something you really wanted to focus on moving forward. And you've had a pretty kind of like narrow vision of what these applications can do. Because I feel like you're exposed to a lot of just like, oh, here's this very photorealistic or
Difference.
very, realistic style. Um,
Mhm.
and I think that you're just kind of seeing one side of the coin.
Mhm.
Um, and so I want to show you some other avenues.
Mhm. Because I don't know, different because, like, I love people's style and, like, being able to, like, recreate other people's, like, really cool styles is just really awesome.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So here we'll do something like our ambient occlusion. And what we can do with this is we can generate ambient occlusion separate from the one that was baked. So that our ambient occlusion map will actually be put in this, but we can use this to control settings on this. So for example here, I can make it more intense, right?
Mhm.
And then I could blur it. Now, you'll see that we have a little bit of strangeness, and this is because we got our mirrored UVs. So we have a seam down the middle, which is why that happens. Blurs typically do this on seams.
Mhm.
So there is a filter that you can get. You have to pay for it. That lets you blur things across seams, and it's really cool. I don't have it though, but I have seen it, and it's really neat. But anyways, you could do some fun stuff like this. So I could come in and grab a little bit of AO like this. And then what I could do is, because I've got this as a fill layer, I can come in and change the color to anything I want, and I can start just testing things, right? And so for example here, I'm gonna hold Alt and left click on my mask, and you'll see anywhere where there's white is where that red's coming through. Anywhere where there's black is where it's not coming through. I want to invert this, so I can do a global invert, get something like this, and now what I get is these like pinches of red, which is pretty cool.
Mm. Wait, and that
And this,
inverted the mask? Or inverted
yep,
what? Oh, okay.
it inverted the mask.
That's cool.
So now I've got something like that, and it gives a little bit of kind of cool style to it. Now, something I can do is, let's say I don't want it to be red everywhere. Like if it's on the blue, I actually want it to be a little bit of a different color. I can come here to my layers, go to my base color, and I can change the layer type. So I could do something like, let's do a multiply. And so now you'll see that it just becomes darker
Mhm.
with a tint of red to it. We could
Hmm.
also, and I'll bump this back up to max. I could also, if I just want to like see what all the layers give me, once I change a layer, if I don't click on anything else, I can hit the down arrow key and it'll start to go through all the layer types. So I can kind of just see what they give me.
Wait, what did you do to go to all layer types?
So once I click on the layer type,
Uh-huh.
I can then just hit the down arrow key afterwards.
Oh, cool.
And as long as I don't click on something else, I can just keep kind of flipping through them all and seeing what they offer me.
Cool.
So for example, I might want to do something like this where it's a saturate mode, and that makes it to where it's just way more stronger in those areas. So now I've got this cool kind of like AO, and then again, I can instantiate this across
Mhm.
my texture sets, and now my head gets that too, and you can see it kind of gives a cool effect. So now I've got something like that. Now, another thing that I could do is I could take that light color one that I did before, and I could change the color. Let's pick something like a yellow. Let's just say like this is like the sun, right? I'm gonna Alt left click the mask so I can view it, and I'm gonna change that vertical angle to where this time it's kind of facing upwards. And maybe I can come in here and change kind of my highlight gloss or my highlight glossiness. So if I want a larger fall off or a sharper fall off, maybe I'll go for a sharper fall off and something like this. And now see, we got something like that. And what we can do now is we can add additional things to our mask. Just because a mask has one thing in it doesn't mean we can't add more things to it. So I could come in and I could do a fill, and then I could select some kind of noise. Let's do a black and white spot. And then in the layers, I can actually shift these. So they also have layer types within the mask. And so I could do a multiply. This will be helpful because it only applies to the masked areas. So now I can create some cool little noise, right?
Oh, can you also like use your arrow keys to like swap through those?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can like quickly see all the different ones, how they do so? That's cool.
Yep. So if I want to do something like that, I could also decrease the overall opacity of specific layers in the mask as well.
Mhm, mhm. Cool.
So there's a lot of cool, just kind of variants that we can do here,
Mhm.
which is really fun. So I will Just kind of play around with this and stuff. I'll add another fill. Maybe I'll find some kind of funky shape. Yeah, let's do something like that. And in here, what's fun is that in the details panel of that property, which is a fill layer that I've used, I can change this projection type from UV to triplanar. And I can mix this with things that are UVs or triplanar. They don't all have to be the same thing. And this is really cool. And I can change kind of the scale value. So I'm going to say that this is just a very hard transition between all those. We'll tile this up. We'll give it some distortion. And then I'll come back in and I'll multiply that and see now we get that effect.
Mhm.
Pretty cool.
Very cool.
And then I can come in here and I could just kind of lower the opacity and now I get this kind of neat little effect. Now, I don't want to do this. That doesn't look really cool in my opinion, but it's neat.
Yeah, for
And
something else
so,
would be good.
yeah. So here, what I'll do is I'll just come back in and I want to just have a little bit of a softer.
Gotta like send like an image or like a reference of like a specific style, and you can show how we would approach that.
Oh
Like
yeah,
let's say if
absolutely.
like we want to make Bomberman, but like do it in like an arcane style. Like I don't
Hmm.
know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, let me see.
I mean, we're not going to do it right now
Okay,
if that's what you're asking.
no, no.
But see how we could get that kind of like specular highlight that you would see in like a stylized thing?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you wouldn't be able to control that dynamically, like within the game and stuff. So this would just be like a baked thing.
And
But
would you do that though?
this is, would you do what?
This would you stylize it like that in here instead of like having it like that in the game engine itself?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's plenty of anime games where they have that example. Um,
Yeah,
like,
I guess
bro,
for that.
so many anime games are just pretty
Yeah.
much like static textures.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Maybe every once in a while they'll do something kind of cool with it, but like overall, that's typically the case.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Kind of just
absolutely you could.
depends.
And my thing is that I think a lot of people get stuck on the idea that you have to have all these kind of like highlights and things dynamic, but a lot of times, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of games don't even change the lighting most of the time. Like everybody's always kind of stuck on like all of this like dynamic lighting, but a lot of times, unless it's like an open world game or it has some kind of dynamic like night day system, most of the time the lights are pretty static. And I really want to test you on that. Like next time you're playing a game, like really look. Like if the lighting doesn't really change, then what's the point, right?
Yeah.
And so a
Yeah.
lot of those anime games, they don't really like do that. Or if they do, they'll swap between like a day and a nighttime, which they'll just swap to a static texture to a static texture. So they'll have like a daytime texture and a nighttime texture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know a stylized game that like I don't know. I can't think of one. Just going for like
I know a
a
couple.
realism style, then like that would have like
Yeah.
dynamic lighting. That's pretty common. But like
I know a couple of like really heavy stylized anime games that actually do dynamic stuff like that, but that's there's not as many as there are not doing that.
yeah. Ah, then so then like doing this highlights and having them baked onto your avatar.
Yeah.
All right then.
Like I know Genshin Impact is one of those.
Yeah.
They have like a lot of things put into place to they actually use PBR. They use everything in Substance Painter.
Makes sense. It looks like a really beautiful game, so
Yeah. It's a super stylized anime game and they use very smart techniques They have metallic and roughness maps, but they just stylize those maps. They're very smart and they're very direct with their art style. And I think that's really the importance. You can come up with 100 different art styles, but if you don't really know how to make that art style really shine, then that's where you struggle.
You really struggle and you
Genshin's
don't
done a
know
good
where
job
you're
with
going with it?
it. Hmm?
You're saying that you really struggle if you don't know where you're going with it?
Hmm.
Hmm.
So, like, a lot of times, I've played a lot of anime games. Okay,
Yeah, I know.
like
Yeah.
too fucking much. So, um, actually, I'm gonna pull one up. There's a really good example I want to show you.
Okay.
There's this old game. It's old now. It's back on the PS3. The PS3 is the era where anime games kind of died for a little bit
Hmm.
because like they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Like everybody wanted to do like the cool new techniques of like PBR and all of these cool stuff like Unreal Engine and stuff because it was kicking off in that era. But the problem was is that they just it was a very different workflow. It didn't really match a lot of the workflows that they were used to from the PS2 and PS1 era.
What game engines were they using back then?
Well, my man, that's a fun question.
Yeah.
A lot of them were proprietary. Most studios usually built their own game engine.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that was actually the most common thing. And it was a hard one because you essentially had to have a engineering team to build your engine and build the features that you needed for your game.
God, but games were so
And then once
unique
you
back then when they did that. Like,
well, that's why. Yeah.
oh, dude. Okay, anyway. They were so different
Hmm.
from one another. Okay.
Yeah, that's why.
And
That's why
now
a
that
lot of
era
people
is
had
dead. Not that era.
yeah.
The
Oh yeah,
games are
dude.
so samey
It's
now. Okay,
and
anyway.
that's something that a lot of people complain about. They're like, "Oh, well, now everybody's using either Unity or Unreal," and the problem is that the creativity has died. And I'm like, "Well, I don't know about that. I think you're being
Yeah.
a little fucking extreme."
Yeah.
But I do think that there's some sense to it.
Yeah. The controls
So,
and the physics, like, oh yeah. Yeah. Because like it's very yeah. Uses
so
all
there was this
anything.
game called Eternal Sonata. Let me pull this down. Okay,
What?
it was a
Another
game called
anime? God, you're such a
Eternal Sonata.
weeb. Jesus Christ, you're such a weeb.
Yeah, dude. Oh my
uh,
god, man. This is like 90% of what I play.
I know, it's just nothing but anime game.
That's why you anger me so many times when you're just like, "What I don't wanna do," and I'm like, "Bro, shut up. I know anime."
I like anime, so it's like it's not
I
bad.
love anime. I don't like it. I love it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're playing a game of comparison now.
Okay. I don't know, you should be proud of that.
Shit, I had a dad beat me because he thought I was gay because I liked anime. That's how much anime I am. Say
Oh, fuck.
something, motherfucker. Say something. No, just joking. But anyways, um, so this game, um, do you know who Bach is?
Baka?
No,
Bakugo?
Bach.
No, okay, I don't
Bach.
know. No, I don't know Bach.
You do not know John Sebastian Bach?
No. Apparently some violin stuff.
Oh my god, dude. You uncultured swine. You don't know who Bach is?
Probably when you play a fucking song of his, then yeah.
Shit, that's the most
But
gangsta motherfucker back in the days. Ow, ow, that was so loud. Oh my god.
well,
Can you hear this?
hey, give me a second. Yeah, I hear it.
Okay. I don't want to listen to that one. That was dumb. You know that white shit right there?
Yeah. You know,
Yeah,
that
you know that one
gangsta
shit.
white.
That's the most gangsta white man.
Uh,
That boy coming up in a crib like boom, 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 boom. They're like, oh, okay. Started flossing and shit, you know. Oh,
yeah, this is too
oh,
white for me.
oh, yeah. Fuck.
No.
Oh, oh,
Yeah, I
oh,
recognize the classical stuff, sure.
bang.
Really? This is what you're telling me that I
Oh,
should know.
oh,
God, you're so old.
oh, hold on. Bro, motherfucker back from like the 1700s. Shit. And first off, it's not classic, it's Baroque, okay? Learn your fucking music culture.
I do not care. I
Wow.
do not care. Now I'm gonna pull your card that you
I'm
love
just
saying to me
saying
so
now, man.
much.
I'm just saying
I do
now.
not
If all
care.
of a sudden, if all of a sudden you get a carrier pigeon at your window and it's got a song that's playing this shit, you know I'm coming for you now.
With a
That means
fucking
war. All
stick
right.
of
I'm
dynamite
sending you
attached
this
to it.
as like whisked away to like a Wizard of Oz type thing, and it's a bunch of anime characters in an anime world,
Mm,
and they use their music to fight.
wow.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, bro, don't talk anime unless you really want to go to the deep cuts, motherfucker, because I'm anime.
Let's take a look at the setting.
Uh,
Anyways, so you can see here the character.
uh.
Anyways, so you can see here the character, right?
Mhm,
And this is what I would do, right?
mhm.
And this is what I would consider kind of that middle ground of what like most anime games are pretty much this now. Middle ground of what like most anime games are pretty much this nowadays. They might be a little higher quality because this is an old ass game, but as we see it, it'll end up having like a little bit of a different shadow.
I'm thinking of I don't know why her running around with an umbrella like that reminded me of the Alice in Wonderland game. That's all
Hmm.
goth style.
Yeah. So see, we can see here that her shadow is on this side, but when we see her face again from a different angle, which we probably will very soon. See how the shadow's on this side now?
Yeah.
But you can still see that a lot of these other details didn't really change.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of the thing for the PS3 era, right? But let's go back even further. Bro, you done fucked up now.
No, I love
You
it.
done fucked up now.
Uh, I love you just tweaking out, showing me whatever type of nonsense that you have a lot of passion towards. Great.
No.
Dark Cloud? Is
You
this the
done your
same
racist thing.
cloud
Now I'm gonna
from
show you. I'm gonna show you.
is this the same cloud from Final Fantasy? Is a
No,
dark version of him? No.
no.
Ah, dang.
So this is an iconic game called Dark Cloud.
Iconic? Yeah, for
Yeah,
weebs. Sure.
yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah,
You
pretty
nailed
much.
it. Look at that motherfucker right there. That guy, he'd fucking kill you. No lie. You'd walk into his tribe and he would fuck you up. That is not playing around. Look at those eyes. Tell me that's not a murderer.
Beady
Ain't no
black
life in
eyes.
that.
Yeah.
Ain't no life in that.
Has at 1,000 yard stare. He served some time, but he served some time.
Yeah. He's seeing through you.
Yeah.
So in this era, right, you can see that we don't really have that same effect. We don't get that sharp shadow and stuff like that. No, their faces do change in shadows depending on some lighting, but it's a little bit different. It doesn't really feel texture based. At this point, all
A
the textures
little
are very,
different.
very baked.
A little different.
But
A
the thing
lot
is that
different.
yeah,
Continue.
yeah, it is. But the thing is, and you can see on this guy's face here. See, there's a shadow there on his chin, but then as we go up, the shadow goes away. It's more of a model shadow and less of a like something being driven within the material to kind of create that
Yeah,
stylization,
it
right?
has like he has a little dark patch on his lip, and that's like the
Yeah,
actual texture of a shadow under his lip. But then you have like the separate saddle from the actual game engine.
Now you done really fucked up because now we're going to the PS1. We're going to the PS1. You hear me? We're going to the PS1.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
PS1.
I love this. I love these old games. Yeah, it's so cool. God, look at that. Look at that. Oh yeah. It looks so garbage. It's so cool looking. Oh
And these are
God.
100% baked textures. There is no dynamic lighting. And if there's any kind of dynamic lighting, it's baked vertex lighting, which is a very separate thing. So right
God.
here, they're loading in a texture to do that.
Yeah.
And they are doing it for the very specific camera angle.
Yeah.
Not cool?
Look at that.
But that's what I'm getting at, is that there's so many ways to do this, right? And it's evolved and changed.
Yeah.
Now, if we look at anime games, let's look at one that I really like.
That just came out.
So let's do.
Is that Fentanyl? Bro, is that Fent? I love those YouTube channels when Kirk start.
Shit, what the fuck is that game's name? Oh, yeah.
What is this trailer? What the fuck type of game is this for?
Now we're back to anime games again.
Yeah, but this looks amazing.
This does look amazing. But guess what? They're using PBR.
Well, yeah.
They are
Obviously.
using the things that all of the games that want to do photorealistic style are using. They're just using them all in stylized forms,
Mm-hmm.
which
Mhm.
allows them to amplify the quality of the game and
Mhm.
create a lot more dynamicness. And this is really cool.
It's very cool.
Problem is a lot of people associate anime games with quality, and that's just not the case. You can have beautiful quality and still be able to use and hear modern techniques and it still feel anime.
There should be more people here.
Oh God, it's so anime. Even the way he pushed up his glasses when he said that, Jesus Christ.
I know, right?
Oh my God. Which one is the main character? Is he the who do you
Nope,
who do
he
you
is
play
not the
as?
main character.
Well, I get that you are the playable character, but
You can play as anybody.
Mhm.
There's not really a main character in the game.
gotcha. So this is like very like Genshin Impact. This reminds me of Genshin Impact. Oh, they. God, it's so. Anything? Yeah. The team up. The anime team up. Okay.
So, this is kind of the idea, right? As we
Yeah.
start to kind of learn more about this, we're learning of ways that we can kind of, you know, grow this. And that's really what I want to show in this process. It's just all the different ways that we can kind of tackle these things. We're not stuck to one style. We can come up with all kinds of styles if we want to. So another really fun thing is I've only been showing you generators, but let's just right click this and let's add a filter and let's start playing with filters, right? Filters can do a lot of fun things too.
Well, you're blowing
So
my
I'll come
mind
in
right
here
now.
and I'll
There's
do,
more. Oh my God.
let's do a pixelation. So now I could pixelize it. This is how I was doing a lot of the PS1 stuff. I would just texture it like I would normally, and then I would just run this filter and kind of start pixelizing it.
Is that a default thing or?
It came, yes, it's a default thing. It came in an update, so if you're like pirating it, you might not have the right version.
Yeah, no, I didn't pirate Substance Painter, but I think your
So
Substance
you
Painter
should
is
have.
newer than mine. I think that
We could
pixelization
also
is to the 2025 version, not the 24 version.
we could also quantize this, so we could start kind of creating little strips and stuff, and see how that kind of gives like a cool style too. It gives that anime banding, like that 3-tone,
Yeah,
and then we can dither it.
that's cool.
Right now, we're
Yeah,
getting like into that like PS1 style again,
that's cool.
isn't it? So that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of fun things, and these are just quick little filters you can do, right?
So
Again,
generators, filters, okay.
yep. And again, like the one we were playing with the other day, we can come in and do like a hand painted one, and then we get this cool kind of like. And what's cool about this is we're using other channels to do stylization. So it's stylizing our normal map here, right? Allowing us to
Yeah,
get this cool effect. And that's what Arcane does.
yeah, that hand painted effect on everything,
Hmm.
and
But they
like,
also do it in the normal map.
yeah, that they give it that texture.
Hmm.
That's very very cool. Oh
So a lot
man,
of times you can end up building out generators. Not only that, you can actually build these things. You can author your own generators, filters, and stuff like that.
how do
When you came to intern with me at Steelhouse, they had a series. It was called, what was it called? Sky Puff?
okay?
No, something Puff. I don't remember. But it was about this like sky factory in the sky and stuff like that, and like city of like engineers lived in this cloud city,
Isn't there like
and it
a
was very
giant
like
whale
steampunk.
cloud
Huh?
steampunk? Isn't there a
Yeah,
giant
it was called
whale?
steampunk.
Yeah, I think I remember you showing me that.
It might
Like
have, yeah,
fairy
there might have been a
people
giant whale.
in the
Um,
sky.
but
Like a bunch of fairy
they
people.
had like a very specific style, and it was very, very, very stylized. And they had a very specific style that they had to have like all of these kind of like patterns and brush strokes and stuff like that. The problem is when I got there, they were doing everything manually. And I got there and I said, hey, we could actually build a generator that does like 80% of this work, which allows you guys to spend that extra 20% that you get out of this,
Mhm.
like, or not extra 20%, but that 20% gets to have more time spent there, making sure that the quality is really like to the level that you want it to be.
Mhm.
And they argued with me left and right. They were like, you can't replace what we're doing. You can't replace what we're doing. I'm like, I'm not replacing what you're doing. I'm amplifying it. I'm taking off a lot of the just grunt work for you by automating it, and then that gives you more time to focus on the things you want to focus on and the quality. And they just would not let me do it. And eventually, finally, somebody let me do it, and I did it. And I built out a whole generator that they just threw on, and I had parameters. They defined what they wanted, and I was able to match pretty much what they had. And they were like, "Holy crap!" And we were able to do like a whole episode in record time.
Wow.
And so, and that's what I'm getting at is that like you're just bound to your limitations and your creativity. And those things aren't always hand in hand, right? Sometimes you can be way more creative than you are technical. Sometimes you can be way more technical than you are creative.
Mhm.
And so you just kind of grow those. So, I didn't really care much for the style in general. I don't think it was like that great of a quality, but um they very much liked it. It was called Steam Puff. Yeah. But it was really cool to be a part and help them. and they made like a VR game.
Yeah, I remember you showing me this.
Yeah. Oh, see, yeah, this is it here. Yeah, and so here is the exact thing. So you can see all of these little like patterns and stuff like that. There's these like square blocks, and then there's like this kind of like texture and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
All of this was done with the generator that I created. Like I didn't do any of that. All
Gotcha.
these little square pattern blocks, all the color, the splatters of like little paint and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
I just built a filter to do all of that for us.
Uh-huh.
And that was basically it.
What
And
okay
what's
then.
up?
Now I'm gonna be like, oh wow, I'm just interested in how you would make one of those. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So yeah, this shows a little better. You can see it.
Yeah, it's way more. See all the squares and different shapes. All on it, layered shapes. It's really cool.
Yep. And so saved us a ton of time because we had to build tons of environments that essentially had all of this just kind of handwork, and we didn't have to anymore. So that's kind of the idea here, is that we can have a lot of fun and we can try a lot of things. Another really fun technique is sometimes when you're working on things. So let's say I want to do more with the belt buckle here. And so, I'm looking at it and I'm like, there's some things I'd like to do with this. And I'm kind of looking through like all my materials. And maybe I come across something that has something that I kind of want. So let's say I take this steel painted scrape, I throw it on here, and I'm like, ooh, I really like this like paint chip that it's got going on. I don't, but we're just gonna pretend that I do. Um, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into this smart material and I'm just gonna kind of start turning off layers, and I'm gonna find the things that I like. So I'm like, ah, that's the paint there, right? And I can just turn this on and I can just drag this into my paint for my gold, or my folder for my gold. And then I can just get rid of the rest of that because maybe I don't want the rest of it. So now I've just kind of taken something that I like from one thing and applied it to the other. And then I can come in and just make the adjustment to the color that I'm looking for, right? So maybe I come in and now I have something like that. Now, again, I don't like this, but this is an example. So don't be afraid to sometimes just play around with materials and look at what they have for things. You might end up finding things that you like that you can just easily take and just adjust, right?
Don't I just I just love taking other people's work and using it as my own.
I mean,
Mm-mm-mm.
that is like what this program is 100%. So if you have that mentality, then you can't use this program at all.
What, me loving to
Because
take other people's work and using it as my own?
even yeah, even as like you're like, oh, Adrian, I can hand paint. Okay, well, who made the brushes? You
Mhm.
didn't make your own personal alpha. You didn't make your own personal brush. You didn't make the brush engine. So like, there's a lot of things that's like, and a lot of this is just resources. It's not a big deal. Nobody's going to be like, wow, did you make, the program to use this? Did you make the brush? Like, nobody's going to care. They're just going to care about the end result. And they're going to say, yeah, that looks really good.
Yeah.
So, that's kind of an overview of example. I don't want to spend a whole much more time in this because we could just go on forever. And I know you would like to move forward on some things. Um, but I did want to take the opportunity to just kind of show you that. One last thing is we've gone over like materials and smart materials, but we can also use smart mask. And smart masks are really nice because, for example, here, let's say I just want to apply like a surface that feels a little worn. I can drag this smart mask on a layer and it will generate that for me. And this smart mask, if you scroll down to the bottom of the mask, you're going to see what it's using. It's using our world space normals, position gradient, thickness, curvature, and ambient occlusion maps to indicate and dictate what this mask is doing. That's why it is a smart mask. That is why those smart materials are smart materials, because they're using these baked maps that we used. This is why a lot of times, and I've heard you say this, and I've heard a lot of other people say this, they're like, well, I'm making stylized stuff, so why do I need to have a high poly? Bitch, you you need to understand what that high poly is actually generating for you. It can make your job a lot easier. You can still have something look low poly and have a high poly bake that gives you all of these maps that you can generate things and save time for your work instead of having to sit there like a pleb and
Like a
spend 20 hours
pleb
painting
is
something.
crazy.
When you could do it in a fraction of a time, it doesn't make you look cooler. It actually, nobody wants to really hire you for that. So, like, there's a lot of wonderful examples of just working smarter and not harder. And this is one of those. So, that being said, how do you feel overall about your Bomberman? Is there anything you would like to kind of like increase, or are you pretty much good with it?
Um,
Do you like the colors? Do you like the feel? Do you like the materials?
is there a way I can like? Yeah, I like how like the stuff is. You got some nice texture to it all. It's all pretty similar in texture. I just change the colors and stuff. I'm just wondering, how can I oh like along the edges? How can I improve this?
What
Like
would you
some
like to improve?
like
Okay,
wear
so you want
down.
some like wear and tear on that?
Yeah, along the edges, not like the entire thing.
Yeah.
I think if I have
So there's a
the belt buckle.
yeah. So I think there's an easy way to do this. So what I'll do is I'll restart on my belt. So I'm gonna add a black mask. I'm gonna grab my thing here, and I'm just gonna select the belt. So now it's white, right? And let's come up here. Let's find ourselves a leather. Now if I pick this leather damaged that comes loaded in, right? Create a black mask. Select this. You'll see we get a little bit of like wear and tear on the edges here, but it might not be the kind that you're looking for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's like coloration that you want with this, right? But again, we can come in here and we can kind of start turning all of these off, and we can just turn one of them on. And so I can see here, this is what it's doing. It's creating these little damages. I may not like this, or I may like it, but I feel like they're too large. Sometimes when you're doing stuff like this, you want to think about the scale. Like if I've got huge scratches on a belt, right? That's like a person size belt. Like what created that scratch, right? You want to think about those things. Like if they're smaller scratches, what created those, right? Because that's going to help really sell and give volume and space and scale to it. So I can actually come in here into this, and I can actually decrease that scale or increase that scale, right? So now I can start to make a little bit more damage along that. And all I'm doing is I'm just in the mask of this damages, and I found a texture 1 and a texture 2, and I'm just going into these and using the settings that's in them. Another thing that I can do is maybe I like this, but it feels a little intense, right? And maybe I don't want it to be so intense. So again, what I can do is I can view what channel this is using. And if I don't know like what's creating this like damage, I can come in and just start turning some off and turning them back on because they'll save their settings.
Hmm.
And so I can see here that it's the height. And so I can come up here to my height channel and I can just lower the opacity until I get something that actually feels a lot better, right?
That's cool.
And so now I've got this, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Now I can come in and I can start looking for other things too. So maybe I'll take this leatherette damaged and see what this gives me. See how it gives me this kind of like chunk thing here? It's got a
Yeah.
little bit of different coloration. I like that. I don't like a lot of the other stuff, but I do like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I start turning off these layers and I start looking for what is doing that. And I find that it's this damaged one, right? And so I could drag that and bring that over into my other one, and I can just delete this. And now I have this, and I didn't really have to do much work, right?
Mm.
So now I can go, okay, do I like that? You know, what do I want to change about it, right? Do I feel like the scale is right? If it's not, I'll just do the same thing. I'll go into the mask. I'll start looking at the scale of this. Maybe I'll change the contrast, or maybe I'll increase the contrast. Maybe I'll change the brightness. Maybe I'll do all kinds of things, right? There's a lot of things you can do here. Come in here and I'll just kind of change the height as well. So maybe it doesn't feel so intense. And this essentially, you just keep doing those kind of things. Now, you'll get to the point where you may save yourself some time in not
Hold on.
doing those stuff.
My mom was calling.
I'm sorry? Okay.
Okay. Hello. I'm back.
Right.
All right.
So eventually you'll get to the point where you'll start to feel pretty comfortable of what you're looking for and what you're wanting.
Uh-huh.
And so then you kind of know how to approach it. So here I'm just going to add a fill layer, add a black mask. I'm going to come in and I'm going to add a generator. And I'm going to come in and I'm going to add a curvature map.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to alt left click this so I can view that. And then I'm just going to go into my curvature settings and start messing with that. And now what you'll see is I start to kind of get kind of a mask that's generating along the edges of things.
So you added wait, what is this called again? A what generator?
This is a curvature.
Curvature generator.
Yep. And remember, we baked out a curvature map, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it's doing. See how it's looking for all of that? So I can start to build
And
that.
then
So
you can
now
make your
I got
own
this.
curvature. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. So now I've got this where I could literally just come in and say like, oh, you know, hey, I'll just take this color and kind of do this. And now I have a little bit of that highlight around that.
Oh, wow.
But now the nice thing is now we know, hey, not only that, we can continue to add more layers to this mask, right? So now I could come in, I could start looking for stuff. So I'll just type in leather. And now I'm starting to kind of find some like grunge for leather, right?
Mm.
So I'll come in here and I'll do this. And I'll add this as a multiply, right? And now it's only being applied to that. I'll just start to kind of change this here. And see, now we're getting stuff like that.
And now
And
you're
we can
making your
continue
own.
to go and go and go, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could add a height and I could start to decrease that height. And so now it's cutting into the belt, right? And we could just keep doing this and keep doing this and keep doing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So essentially that would be how you would go about that. Now, there's another really quick way to do this, which is we can go and check out our smart mask, right? And we could see if there's something in here that's doing kind of what we're looking for. So eventually we'll come down to where it says edge. Edge dusty, edge scratched, edge strong scratched, uber, damage, so on and so forth, right?
Mhm.
So if I take this edge strong scratch and I put it on this, see what it gives us?
Wow.
And again, we can come in and we can start adjusting these features in this. So if we don't like it, just kind of start adjusting. We could try a different mask, right? I could come in here and do edge strong uber. And so on and so forth, right?
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So, is it just generators and filters? Or is there, like, other things that I should know about also?
Yeah. So you could also add a paint layer to this mask. And then you could come into your brushes and you could find some brushes here, right? So maybe I'll pick this elephant skin and I can start to paint in things manually too. So you're not just limited to having to do all of these things like procedurally. There's tons of ways to kind of build up the manual work that you're looking for. And you can come in here and like we're seeing here that the brush is all right, but it's not really giving me the thing that I'm looking for.
Mhm.
And so I can come in here and I can start to just kind of see if the brush has any additional settings, which this one doesn't, but my flow is down. So I'll bring it back up. I can come in, I can just find another brush.
I'm guessing that you should
And
just
if I
add
hit
height to
X,
that?
I'm sorry?
Adding, like, height to it would make it look like it's going into the belt.
Yep. Well, I mean, it is.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
I could not tell. I could
Yeah.
uh,
And that's the thing, right? If you can't tell, then that just means maybe just add a little bit more, right?
ah. Alright. My mom was calling me again. She just came out with food. I gotta help her.
All right. Do we
Alright.
want to end this here?
No, 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 no. I'll be like less than 10 minutes.
Okay. I'll be around.
Yeah. I'm just helping her in the house, is all.
Fair enough.
putting on my headphones. Now I can hear what's happening. I'm back.
Welcome back. So what else you got for me?
So you went over paint. You went over paint. You went over your filters. You went over generators, and then what else is there that I should know about?
Oh, there's plenty of other things. I feel like we spent a lot of time here, so
I'm fine with going over some more stuff that I should know because isn't that like the point? Is like you show me all the different ways to do the same thing.
yeah, but I don't need to show you everything right here now. Well, let me
Why
get out
not? You just told me they didn't want me to rush through this, so like
I mean, bro, we've been at it for like what, like 2 hours already?
2 hours already. We started at 6 p.m. It's only 7.
Oh, then an hour. So an hour and 10 minutes, and all I've done is talked about like one thing.
Ah, you did yap about anime.
Yeah, I did.
Well, like
I'm
the
getting tired
majority.
over here. You wear me thin.
I wear you thin.
You trapped me. I see what you did. I fell for it.
What?
Like the sucker I am.
What? What trap?
Old
What?
man needs a old man needs a nap.
Old lady the nap is crazy already. That is insane to me. So like, all right, we can move on. Like, I'm just gonna add a mask, a smart mask on this for the edges, and
Yeah.
then
I mean, like, I showed you a bunch of different things, so it's like if you want to do some of those things, you're welcome to. If you don't, or if you have something that you're kind of thinking about, you're like, oh, I'm looking at mine and this is something I would like to improve on, then we can talk about it and then we can decide if we want to do that or not. I'm kind of leaving it a little bit more open for you now because I've done a lot of just kind of one-sided talking. But I just wanted to show you those things,
yeah, I was just
which we've
wondering like,
successfully done.
what else you want me to show, or like, what else should I look into in my own time?
Oh, anything and everything. There's so much more, and we'll talk about more things later. But for now, I mean, that's a good
So
amount of
like,
stuff.
if there's like a specific, so then what I should do is like, there's a specific style that I really enjoy, and then like I should ask you questions about that.
Yeah, we could do that sometime. I don't think we need to do it right now, but we can definitely do that sometime.
Okay, so then what should I be asking then now?
Bomberman,
Okay,
things you want to do to your Bomberman.
well,
If you don't have anything, that's okay. I'm not telling you have to have something. I'm just opening the door for you because we haven't really been texturing very long. We jumped in this like 30. Well, we were taking a ton of time baking and fixing all our problems with the models.
yesterday.
And then yes,
Mhm.
yesterday. And then we textured for probably like 30 minutes and then we're like, cool, done.
Yeah, so then today is supposed to be us spending the majority of the time well doing that, right?
Yeah. Texturing, exporting, and then getting our game model prepped and put into Unreal, setting up our material. So we still got a lot to do.
Well, yeah, I was
Um,
thinking that'll be for another time, right?
well, no, that was what I said. That's what I would like to get done today.
Oh,
I've
okay.
said it like 4 times.
So, then like,
I mean, I did. So
yeah,
shit.
then like be nice. And then, oh my bad for apparently not listening. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're bad for apparently not listening. Keep gaslighting the guy who's helping you. Shit.
I love trolling you so much. It's so funny. Okay, hold on. My bad.
Yeah,
The
you're
rage
bad.
baiting, bro. My bad. Like imagine if I was being for real. Like my bad for not listening is the audacity for someone to say
Bro,
that and
I
mean
work
it.
with I like 90% of the people in my life are that. So you gotta be careful sometimes, bro, because I literally
That would
would
be
be like,
fucking
I'm gonna fucking cut you.
wow. Yeah, I know that's the reason why I thought it was funny because that is crazy to me. Oh God. Okay. Okay.
Because people out here literally be entitled as shit. Be like, oh, I'm sorry, excuse you, but you walked in front of me. And be like, bitch, I was walking on the road. Anybody can walk in front of you. Nuh-uh, not you.
Like,
I'm like, okay, getting a little scary here.
oof. Okay, so how do I make it to where this mask only affects this? I thought I'd be able to select those specific UVs,
Yeah.
islands,
Yeah,
but
so this is what we will do. We call it nesting. So your mask
okay.
here, you can't like mask a mask, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of difficult.
I
So
was
instead,
confused.
make a folder.
Uh,
You just click the folder icon up
folder icon? Oh, there it is.
to the yep, and
There
then
we
throw that in the folder,
go. Okay.
and then add a mask to the folder.
Oh,
Now select what you wanna.
oh!
Yeah, right.
How do I go to how do I go to why am I on
It's on your left hand side.
hmm.
Left, left. There you go.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, these.
Yeah.
Right. This is what I was looking for. No, do
Yeah, see?
this.
Now
Yeah.
this is what we call a nested mask because the folder mask, right,
Uh-huh.
is essentially saying what I'm applying this to. And then the mask inside the folder mask is saying what that like layer is being assigned to. And it can assign through the whole thing, but the folder is limiting it. So for example here, look at my screen for a moment
Uh-huh.
and I'll show you something wild. See, these are the questions I'm looking for, right? I want you to do things and then have questions.
Okay.
So I'm gonna add a black mask here, and I'm just gonna throw a smart mask on this real quick. I don't care what it is, so I'm just gonna grab one and throw it on there. Okay.
Alright.
So now I have this, and it's being applied to everything. Now, what I can do is I can grab that folder, throw it in here, and let's say instead of selecting the object that I want this to be applied to,
Mhm.
I am still going to be actively kind of creating a more intricate mask. I can then take another smart mask and apply that to the folder. So now I've got this folder's mask applying to the layer mask. So I've got this noise and this noise. And then I can add another folder, put this folder inside that folder, and then I could create a mask and I could select what I want that to actually be applied to. Pretty cool.
So you
So
have
now I can
a
come back in here and I could like change the scale if I want to. Let's do a different mask because this one kind of sucks.
you got a sorry. God, dude, I really it's so hard to see what you're doing. It's fine.
So essentially what I've done is I've got a mask here that's generating a noise that has been nested inside a folder that's also generating a different noise. But then I've got that folder nested in another folder that's selecting the object that I want all of that to be applied to.
So the smart masks and the noises are two different things?
And they're one and the same. The smart mesh just uses a bunch of noises.
Oh, gotcha.
They're
So
like
then
presets. Think of them that way.
yeah. So you have, like, a smart mask and a folder that has a smart mask as its mask, and you have a folder with the smart mask as its mask also.
Hmm.
Gotcha.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. So then you're
Now,
layering it
I
so that it all
wouldn't.
affects one thing.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't really do it that way, but it's just kind of showing you that you can have an infinite layer of nesting things, and you
Yeah.
could find a lot of cool ways to have really intricate noise um, that way. And so that's a really, really fun technique. I'd say it's an intermediate technique.
Mhm. What's some crazy advanced stuff? I wanna get to the cool things how I can do to this belt. I wanna do
Well, when you're smart enough to do so, we'll do it.
Wow. Are you just supposed to show
Hey,
me?
you've been gaslighting me all day, brother. Take my hits when I can.
Take my hits when I can. All right. So now that I go back to what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So if I don't want it gray like this and I want it to be like a different color, then
Because you did a fill layer, you can change whatever properties you want because the mask is what's dictating where it's going.
gotcha.
Not only that, if you scroll up a little bit, so exit out of that, you scroll up just a little bit, you'll see there's a material mode and it says no resources selected. If you go down
Oh, material right here.
right there, yep. If you select that there, you'll see you can actually just assign straight up a material to this layer because that's essentially how all the materials are working in Substance.
Oh,
So if you want something a little more advanced than just picking a couple colors and stuff like that, you could use the material
oh. Ooh.
and it'll give you all the properties of that material.
And then how do I go in and change that specifically?
Some materials may have options to do so.
Like, oh, this is what
So,
that is right here.
yep,
Parameters.
yep, yep. But not all materials come with that. So it's
Mm.
really just dependable on the material itself. These materials are made from Substance Designer, which is another program that Adobe offers, where you can author materials, generators, and filters. But we're not going to get into that. That's a whole other thing. And I would say that is just pretty much intermediate to advanced.
Gotcha. Channel mapping, attributes. So how do I change the direction of the height of this?
Oh, I got a cat that did a drive by. Gotta fuck him up.
Gotta fuck 'em up. Yeah, fuck
All
'em
right.
up.
Do what?
How do I change the height map of this?
Yeah. So if you want to change the height, cat, you about died. Yeah, you about died, punk ass. What are you doing? Why are you eating my chair? You crazy. Um, so what you can do is if you want to change the height, I need to know what you mean by that. Do you want to change the look of the height? You don't want the noise at all, or do you want to reduce it?
Man, just like you see how this looks like it's going out.
Uh-huh.
I want to go in.
It's a little intense right now. It's
It's
going
very
in. It
intense.
is actually going in.
It is
It's
going
just
in.
it's so intense it looks like it's going out.
Oh
So
god, how do I?
if you go over to your layers and change it from your base color to your height. Uh-oh.
Oh, you mean like these layers here?
No, no,
No,
no, no,
no,
no,
no, no,
no,
no,
no.
no, no, no.
You're in the
I
right
was
spot.
okay, okay. I was in the right spot. Okay, I'm
Up.
overthinking things.
See where it says base color? Yep.
Gotcha.
Change it to height. And now when you change that to height, that means that all of these layer types here are height based. And so you can
Gotcha.
select that 100% on your fill layer there, and you
This?
can reduce that because that's the opacity. And as you reduce that, you'll start to see that that height in the viewport starts to change. See?
Oh.
And it's less intense. Now, sometimes it may be like you have to put it to like a 1 or a 2.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. Now, I like to, when I'm texturing, I like to start with layers at very low opacity, and I like to work them up. Because the thing is, especially when it comes to like just more advanced texturing techniques, um, you really want to think about the history of this object. And so if it's got a
The
little bit of dirt
story.
on from the ground,
The
what?
lore of the object.
Yeah, yeah. You got to get real
uh,
nerdy with it.
yeah, yeah.
But like if you think about like, okay, Bomberman's constantly running on the ground, so surely he's got some dirt on his shoes. right? So we start to kind of like slowly build that dirt up. We add a little bit of dirt at a very low opacity, and then we get a different variance of a dirt, and then we add that on there, right? And we just keep piling it up until it looks dirty and mucky. But it gives a lot of quality to it because, well, you've kind of created this story of like he's traveled far and there's all this different dirt on his shoes.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I typically like to start with low height, low roughness, low all these things when I'm adding additional things onto the base values that I've chosen.
Whoa, this looks crazy. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. And then I could like, I know, leave that right there. Uh, uh, hmm. So then, how could I like make it to where like the bottom of the feet are only being affected along here?
Yeah. So if you wanted to do that, right?
Hmm.
This is where you want to be smart about how you do your UVs, right? Like on mine, if we take a look at mine,
Hmm.
I actually have the bottom of my feet as its own UV island
Hmm.
because I knew I wanted to kind of put some stuff down here.
I think,
So I did it as such.
yeah, I think that's what I did. Also, did. Yeah, we both have the same
Yeah.
thing.
So if that's what you have, then that's how you could do that, right? That's an easy way for sure.
What if I just went on the edge or the top here?
Yeah. So if you just went along the edge or the top, then that would be what? Your curvature, right?
Oh, so then I would a curvature mask or
Well, there's definitely some smart masks that are more curvature based. So you can see a lot of them that just have like edges. Now, those are cavities. So
okay.
they're going to be more AO. But if you look for like ones that say edge,
So
you'll
if I take this
probably find something that's a little closer to what you're looking for. It's a good place to
edge,
start, and then you could just refine it.
edge dirt crack, edge rust, blur, edge dusty. No, I don't want to drag that. I want to drag that here, and then just like that. I'm missing something, and there's supposed to be like a curvature.
Mhm.
Uh, thing.
Generator?
Is that what I'm looking for? So if I just add the uh, how did you add a generator? Then in the generator, you then select generator, and then you did a curvature.
Mhm.
Uh
And Alt left click that mask so you can view what the mask is doing.
oh,
There you go.
so
Now you'll see that, remember, white. What does white do in a mask?
uh 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 white is none, and black is a lot? 0 to 1, right? It's like 0 is
Which one's
white,
0?
black is 1? No,
No,
it's the other way around.
it's the yep.
Black is 0, white is 1, yeah.
So if you want your curvature, right, to be along the edge, you'll want it to be white, which you do currently have, but you have all this other gray, right?
Yeah, I
So
don't
if we go
want
into the curvature, you'll now have these settings, right? And you'll see there's a little drop down here that says curvature. And if you click that, you'll see there's a bunch of other settings here. So now we could start kind of adjusting them and seeing what they do. I would recommend start with huge and work your way back up to sharp.
start with huge. Oh, okay, so okay, gotcha. Oh.
Now, what you essentially want is you want it to be only along the edges, and you don't want it to be filling in the other things. So if you bring huge down, and big down, and large down, and medium down, and soft down, see how you're starting to kind of get something here? Now, the problem is that you're losing a lot of stuff, right?
I am.
This is where you can change that contrast and brightness down below.
Oh. Ooh.
Ooh, wow. Not only that, but you can go back up to that global balance up top.
Huh?
Go up further.
Global.
There you go. And that can also allow you to do more stuff.
Huh. So if I turn this stuff up again. Oh, no, the other way. That's a 0. That. Get down. That's good enough. Ooh, and then brightness.
Hey, you're getting the hang of it now.
Yeah. Close enough.
Now here real soon, I'm gonna take a little break and eat some food. I can be back, or we can end it, but probably like 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
Okay.
I can also come back too, so I just don't want you to feel like you gotta be here all day if you don't want to. Because even though it may not seem like we got a lot done, we talked about a lot of things, and I think that's really important because it sounds like some things are connecting for you, and that's like, even if we get that once every session, that is great. That's what I want. That's my goal.
I'm still down to continue doing stuff.
Okay.
So like, we spent a lot of time like talking about this stuff, which is mainly I feel like the learning point is pretty good.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
we can.
I mean, once you feel like you've gotten your Bomberman to a good spot, then we'll prep this and get this into Unreal because we're gonna have plenty. Hopefully, we're gonna have plenty of instances to come back into Substance Painter, right? Because like after we're done with this, we're gonna make our own, and I feel like that's when you'll definitely have a lot more questions, right? Um, and then we're gonna go make our own mask, right? So I think that there's going to be plenty of opportunities. So my goal is when we go into these programs, not to teach you everything because first off, that's just too much. Um, it's really just to kind of teach you things I feel like you'll start to slowly grasp,
Mhm.
and that I'm planting a seed to help you kind of move things forward. Sometimes you might surprise me and you catch on really fast. Other times I know that this is a difficult subject and that it may take a little bit. But it's the fact that we're getting it there, right? So when I do these things, I don't want you to think that everything I'm showing you, everything I'm doing, you have to replicate or that you have to fully understand. Um, my goal is to just expose you to those things, um, and to expose you to things that I think you can understand. Because like I'm teaching you a lot of beginner subjects, and maybe every once in a while I'll sprinkle in something I feel that might be a little bit more intermediate, but there's definitely not like a lot of advanced stuff. And sometimes you'll ask the question about something advanced, and I'll be like, you're just not ready for it. Right? And you're like, oh, but tell me, I want to know. So I might start to talk about it, and you're like, okay, that's cool. And that's awesome. That shows me that you're engaged. That shows me that you do have the capacity to get there.
Mhm.
And I'm excited for the day we get to do that. Out of everybody I've ever helped, there's only like one person I really can think of that has really gotten to that point, and it's really fun because I feel like I have to talk about the same things over and over again. It's nice to be like, here's some things I never get to tell anybody, and I'm so excited because it's so cool. And then they're just like, nerd.
Yeah.
They break my heart, take my girl, you know?
God, I wish that was me.
What?
What?
You trying to take my girl? You got girls. Leave me alone.
Yeah, plural. Okay.
And I believe you'll get there, man. Like, we've made a ton of progress. The fact that we've gotten this far, I'm so proud of you right now, dude. Like, I know I know you think it's so small, but the thing is, it's like, bro, how long has it been since we've actually been able to get this far?
5 years? I don't know.
Yeah. And that's awesome, dude. This is really, really awesome. That's why I'm like, hey, spend a little bit of time here and there. Don't get married to it, but just enjoy the process. Ask questions. Because like I'm ahead on these things with you. So like I'm just kind of sitting down watching you.
Right. How would I add height to this? Sure, it looks like
What
it's
kind of height
digging
are you
in.
talking about? Digging in? Okay.
Yeah.
So go back to your folder. Go inside the folder.
Yeah, let me get rid of that one.
Yep.
And then you want me to go inside this folder?
Yep. Go inside the folder. And then let's add a new fill layer.
To this one?
Mhm.
Fill.
No, that's not. No.
That's not how I do that?
Select the folder, and then select the fill bucket.
Oh, that. Right?
Yeah. Yep. And then select that fill bucket
Um,
up top.
and then,
There you go. Now drag that into the folder.
oh, I gotcha. Wait, so what was I doing?
Now
That's not how you
you
add
are adding a
fill.
fill to the mask.
Oh, is it really like do this and then do that?
So what will happen there is you'll add that fill to the like folder itself. It won't be inside the folder.
Oh,
So we don't
okay.
want that. So now with that fill layer, we can turn off the color, rough, metallic, and normal, and we can just have the height.
Yeah.
And if we drag that height to the left, we'll dig in.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Now you may not be getting the result that you want, and that's where you really have to kind of learn how to communicate what it is you're trying to do, right?
So like,
Because like for example,
uh-huh.
just real quick, if I just say to you like, how do I make this dig in, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, that could mean a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
But if you're like, hey, I'm trying to do like that little line that the sneakers have or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, I think I know what you're talking about. We pull up an image. Is this what you're talking? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, this is how we do it, right?
Yeah.
So what
Oh,
is it
God.
that you're trying to do?
Communicating that is rough.
Yeah, you got to get good at it.
Yeah. Gotta get good at it, huh?
Even
Got
with me.
to get good at it. Even with you. So like, how do I get this effect? Hold on. This should not be affecting that. How do I remove it affecting this? Is it not even...
What are you trying to remove?
I'm trying to remove that. Is that... You see how this is affecting the belt? I don't want it affecting the belt. See
What's
that?
affecting the belt?
This top folder, see how it's affecting the belt
Oh,
there? I don't want
well,
it affecting that.
remember, so what you need to do is you need to make another folder, right?
Oh
You
yeah,
throw
and then
that in there.
black mask. Yeah, drag this
So throw that folder. Yep.
into that folder,
And then
and then do
there you
that,
go.
and then gotcha, and then this. Oh, now I want to select that. Gotcha. And now I can go in here and then play with these. It'll be a lot better now. Yeah, now I can make it as strong as I want. And then now it's not affecting the top legs anymore. Oh. Okay. I'm just gonna make it really, really noticeable for right now. Don't worry about it later. But okay, and then I want turn this back on. You see how like this has height to it? There it looks like it's I swear it looks like it's Hey, this is digging in or going out? Cannot tell.
What's up?
This
It's digging in. It's just you got a lot of other noise that's kind of intense. So what I would do when you have this moment, right, where you're trying to figure this out,
uh-huh.
turn that layer off. and then start turning off the other layers that affect that belt buckle. Okay, so see, you've got this here. So now you can start going through those layers. I start from the top and work my way down. Right? So now turn that back one on. And now you can really start to look at it and see, is it actually going up or is it actually going down?
So how do I make it do the opposite of this?
Okay, so if you want the opposite of that, you go to your layer. So click the layer. There you go. And then you can scroll. Actually, what you can do with this one here is turn off. Turn off the height on this. Turn off the normal. And then add a fill layer. So click the paint bucket up at the top.
Oh yeah, no. So and then drag
And
that.
then turn off color, metallic, normal, and rough on that. And then take your height and drag it to the left. And then what you can do is you can copy masks. So you can use that same mask. So right click the mask below. And then say copy mask down below. That's copy layer. There you go. And then select your fill layer above it and right click. And say paste into mask. Now, if you go back to your fill layer and you start to play around with that height slider, you'll see. And if you go to the right, it'll probably go.
See, that's out. This is in.
Yep. Yep. Usually the left is going to go down. Usually the right is going to go up.
Gotcha. And then is there
And
a
so
way?
that's how you can control that sometimes if you're having some issues and the material might be a little funky.
Yeah, no, I can like have more wiggle room. Put this all
Yeah.
the way down to 1. That's still there. Oh, interesting. Is that 1?
What are you trying to reduce? Are you trying to reduce the color?
No, I was just trying to make it to where I can. You see, now I can go to the extreme without it like going so crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was just lowering it down because I had it like all the way up here, and I was like, oh, I had to make slight adjustments.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so then I just want to like make what this has, right? And I want to like do
Mhm.
this, but for here, but it's only
Yeah.
in
So
this
you just
area.
pretty much do the same thing. So you got your curvature for your mask on that one. So if
Uh
you go
huh.
up to that,
Uh huh.
then you can right click,
Right click curvature.
hmm
Okay.
and you can add a fill layer.
Okay.
And then you can click on that grayscale and you can find a texture that might create some noise.
Okay.
And then if you alt left click the mask to view the mask so we can see what's actually happening,
Uh huh.
you can then set that new layer to multiply and that will cut in to your curvature. So it'll be defined to the curvature.
So
Yep, click that,
this, and then
multiply.
wait, how did you do it to where you can view it at the same time?
Yep, yep, just select one. And then hit down on your arrow. There you go.
Oh, cool.
And see how the multiply will start to kind of cut away from that.
Oh, yes.
And then really all you need to do is just change your scale of your texture and the balance of it to cut away the way you want. And that will give you that kind of grunge noise.
Oh. Multiplied by. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So you can pick different noises too. You don't have to go with that one. So if you're playing around with that and you think there might be a better one, you could try a different one out.
God, I get to spend so much time in this, just playing around,
Yeah,
just like trial and error. Ugh,
yeah.
God, I don't know how I
That's why I'm
feel about
saying it's
that.
like
Jesus,
I don't. A lot of
that's
people don't
so much
realize
time.
like how much work goes into every step of the process, right? Like I have to be a really good texture artist to really output good stuff, and so I've spent a lot of time doing so. I've also have to be a good modeler. I have to be a good topologizer. I have to be a good UV. I have to be, good at prepping my models, and I have to have them set up in Unreal. I've got to be good at shader materials. I've got to be good at like lighting, all of this stuff. It's a very multi-faceted um, experience, and it can be very difficult sometimes and very daunting. It can be very frustrating because you're constantly being challenged in a way of like, am I ever really good?
Mm. No, you did. Was it in height, and then what, alt click to view it?
Alt left click to view your mask. You'll have to click on your mask.
Yeah, and then if I want to not view the mask, then I click on the layer. Gotcha.
Yep.
Oh,
And if you just
perfect.
want to
Okay,
view
there we go.
specific channels, like you want to see what this is doing to your height, color, roughness, so on and so forth, you just hit the C button. And you can scrub through those, or you in the viewport of your 3D window up at the top there is a little drop down, and you can just do the same there.
Gotcha.
This is helpful because a lot of times it may be really hard to see what you're actually doing, and you may not realize that you're like messing up other channels.
Yeah. What? So now I just want it to have that height. 'Cause now I add in the noise and everything. So I go back to the noise, and then there is. I had curvature, add in noise, and now I can go to. I can go to.
And also, if you want something a little more controlled, like you want that thick line, but you just want to break the line up, you don't have to do a fill like you did. You could add a paint layer, add a brush, and then you could just paint across that. This is where that hand painted stuff comes into play, right? Hand painted can mean a lot of things in Substance Painter because a lot of times you could have the generators do a lot of the work for you, and then you can just go in and tweak whatever you don't like by just hand painting in that detail.
Yeah, over it. Um.
Yeah. When I get back to my desk, I'll show you an example.
Alright then.
Making stuff real quick. And I got my cat that keeps doing drive-bys, so I'm watching his ass. He about to get popped.
Yeah,
Oh, he did it again, fucker.
yeah. Oh, there it is. Oh, did it again. Oh, did it again. Ah, there we go.
Right. So let me show you something real quick. So let's say I want to do what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't even know
So
what I'm trying to achieve, honestly. I feel like at this point I'll be looking at like references and stuff. But I feel like I could literally sit here for hours trying to figure this out, you know? But like
possibly.
I feel like, you know,
So
I want to move
I'm
into
doing this
Unreal. I
here.
really want to get to that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, we most definitely can. But I was gonna show you. So I'm gonna make a curvature. Kind of replicate what you're doing, just to kind of show you something. Let's do something like this, okay? I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna add a paint layer, and I'm gonna go in, and you'll be like, Adrian, that mask isn't as good as mine.
And then you can go in and actually paint
I
it.
agree,
Oh
but you can actually just come in and paint that out, right?
yeah. Ugh. If
That's what
only.
I'm saying. It's like, don't let these things limit you. They're
Yeah, I
really just
felt
here to
very
help you.
limited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is really easy to fall into that, just because of the fact that, like, well, of course you'll feel that way. You don't really like know how to approach this any other better way.
Hmm.
And I don't even need to paint all that stuff because I've got this nested
Yeah,
in another one
exactly. And then
that
I
really
was like,
doing
"Oh,
nothing.
yeah, you can make a mask and it's automatically covered," you know? But, like, you
Right.
don't you could easily forget that, and I was like, "Why is it appearing in the leg?" But then when I go back to the base thing, it's not even there. So it's just like, "Oh, yeah,
Right.
mask stuff."
Well, then the other thing
Ugh.
is this, like, let's say I want to break this up a little bit, right? But I
Uh-huh.
really want to keep this big, like boldness that it has, right?
Yeah.
Well, I could also just come in and just manually paint around the edge on that. So I could find something that gives me something I'm wanting. I don't know what it is that you're wanting from it, but I'm just going to pick one. I can
I
add
don't even
another
know
paint
myself,
layer to my
honestly.
mask,
I'm just kinda playing around.
and I can just start to kind of like chip away at this, right?
Yeah, that
That's
line is not
that's
going
the
away.
that's the cool thing about this. So that's what I'm saying is, like, a lot of times you can just use these generators to kind of get the idea of something that you want.
Yeah, just fill in the broad strokes and then go in yourself to get that fine detail you're wanting.
And then you can do what we call hand painting,
Yeah.
right? Cool.
Yeah, very cool. Alright then.
So let me know once you've got things where you'd like them to be, and then we'll get ready for Unreal.
Honestly, for right now, I can't achieve what I'm wanting to achieve because I don't even know what that is. It's like I have to like go in, get some references, and try to like see how I want like these scratches. Cause I want it to look like he like really banged on his metal feet. Because like to me, like these are all metal. Like he has like solid
Okay.
metal hands and solid metal feet.
Hell yeah.
Like
Hell yeah. That's cool.
that he just swings around and he like throws
No, I
bombs
love
and
it.
stuff, right? So I was trying to think of like how to like get that wear and tear from like explosions and him dragging his metal feet or like, he's like surprised, like, very agile, but like banging scrapes all along like the edge of the deep cuts and stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to do any of that. uh,
Well, I do, but we'll save it for another day.
yeah. You see like how I can like
So that way
sew
you can get some references.
into that, I guess. I don't know. So,
No, that stuff's good, but really, I think you said it best. You don't really know what you want. You need to take some time and get some references.
yeah.
And that's what is important. So
Mhm.
let's get this prepped and sent out.
All right. And I'm actually going to. One thing I do want to do is lower this. Am I crazy? Is this not? Oh wait, no. Base color. There we go. I'm like, why? It's not working. How do I? Uh, all right. That's good enough. For right now, that is perfectly fine. Yeah.
Nope.
Wait.
Alright.
Actually, wait, hold up. Is there a way I can like I just put like you see how it's like small scratches? Like it's scratches along here, right? But it's like is there one in here that's like as long scratches?
Yeah.
Like across the surface here? Because like they're all like connected on the edges. What would I
Yeah. So find where you have your your belt buckle. And then add in that folder, add another layer.
Affiliator.
Hmm.
Okay. And I put that on the top of everything.
That's fine.
Okay.
And then turn off color, metal, normal, and rough,
Uh huh.
and lower that height.
Uh huh.
And then right click it
Okay.
and add a mask.
Okay.
And then right click it again
Uh huh.
and add a generator. I think
Okay.
one of them. You click on the generator. Type in scratches.
Alright. So I scratch wrong.
No, you know. So it must not be a generator.
I think it's a filter.
Could be.
Edgeware.
No, no. Hold on. Let me find it.
Shut line.
Scratch.
Run scratch generator.
Yeah, that's it.
And then what? I just
And
drag.
so what you want to do is delete the filter. Yeah, you can just drag it onto the. Yeah, that's fine.
And then as a what? Height
Add it as a mask.
mask. And then
And then in the settings of that,
huh.
oh, not grunge scratch generator, just do scratch generator. So click where it says grunge scratch generator.
Oh, here.
Type in scratch.
Oh, these are grunge. There's a directional scratch. That's the only one that's not a. There's a directional. That's it.
Hold on. In your search.
Up here.
Do, no, in the words resources. Yeah, just delete all of the words there. There you go. Now you got more options.
A little bit more, yeah. There's these down here. So instead of. Oh, whoops. I just wanted to. Strip, scratch, scatter. Scratch hard. I feel like that's what I'm looking for. So it adds it like that up here.
There you go. And you can change the scale of them. And then in the 2D viewport, if you know where your belt buckle, like front face UV thing is, yeah, there you go.
Oh, wow. Really?
I'm guessing the scratch generator might be something only I have.
Yeah. That sucks. I mean, it's getting close to what I have in my head. Just want like, I don't just a scratch. No, it's just. Wait, can I do this? The curvature. How do I go into the curvature and then do the opposite? map thing.
Sorry, I'm chewing food. I
Sure.
don't want to chew in your ear.
You're all
Um,
good. Invert the mask. Buttons in like
you can.
properties,
I don't think it'll get you
parameters,
what you're looking
invert.
for.
So then I want it to be on the surface, but I want
Yeah.
it to be not with the curvature one, but I want it to be with a different one. So like yeah, you're probably right. It's mask editor. Balance. Oh, it's so close. Nah. Yeah, I could try to like like mask. What? I added a mask and it's still affecting everything. Oh, I didn't put it in the folder. That's why. Oh, there we go. Uh,
All right. I am back. Did you figure out what you were trying to do?
yeah, man. No. Yeah. It's like,
What are you
man, if
wanting? You just
it,
want to add scratches, right?
yeah.
If you
y-
look at my screen, are you wanting something like this?
uh, yeah, kind of. It's closer to what I wanted. Yeah, it's just like you see on my screen how it has like these scratches here, if in between the white. I just want that,
Hmm.
but then I want to add height to like these lines here. I just want this to be the opposite, to where now these are
You
the
only
affected
want the
parts.
scratches to dig in, not the
Yeah,
white parts in
yeah,
between.
yeah,
Yeah. So really, what you see if you look at mine, right? See,
yeah.
So really, all I would do, dude, is just add a fill to your mask, and then type in scratches or scratch, and then we start looking. I think I might have something that you don't, but I have something called scratches generator. Well, it's not a generator, but even if you don't have that and you want to use something else,
Yeah, because that's like a
those scratches hard that you had,
yeah.
you could even use that. And what I was saying is you can kind of move this to the UV that you know where it's at, tile it down and stuff like that, right? And see how it's cutting in.
Yeah.
And then what you can do is if you don't like, if you want to do more to this, like you want it to be a little more interesting, you can add another fill layer to it. And then we could add like some kind of grunge. So I'll just find a grunge that's kind of cool. And then I'll multiply it. Click on this here, tile this. Maybe I'll bring up the balance of this or bring it down. And this will start to cut away from those. So now they look like that.
Can I add like a stencil and like place the scratches where I want them?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. So you could, again, add a paint layer, go into the brushes here. And when you have the brushes selected, you can type in scratch. And they've got brushes for scratches.
And then I can like place them where I want them on the shoe.
Yep, see?
Oh, cool. It's automatically height. All right.
So give that a shot.
Uh, what can I is okay, before I do that, is there a way to make this gold more gold? Like why is it so if like how do I add more contrast to this gold color to make it more yellow instead of it being so white?
So just select that gold pure layer
Um,
and just select the base color and change that.
I
You
mean
change
that
the
just changes the
hue.
that just changed the color. That way I can like make this more like
Oh,
uh,
I think I know what you're asking.
how do I don't know the right
So scroll down a
words.
little bit and yep, take that metallic slider and slide that down to the black.
Okay. This is very
Okay. Now hit C. Interesting. So what you have done is you've somehow made it to where that layer isn't being applied. So click the the folder up at the top for gold, the mask on it, down.
this one?
Yep.
What?
And left alt left click it. Okay. And is this nested in another folder?
Yeah.
And then alt left click that one. Is that one nested in another folder?
Yeah.
Alt click that one.
What should
See
I look
how
this
you've
up?
got your yep, there you go. Bring the
Gotcha.
opacity back up because you've got that base color there. So
Ah,
see,
gotcha,
that's what was going on.
gotcha.
So now if we hit M,
Oh, there we go.
you've
Now
got that. And if you want it to be back to be metallic, you'll need to go to your gold pure and raise that metallic level back up.
there we go. Gotcha. Gotcha. That's fine. Yeah. Forgot I dragged my stuff around a bit. That's that one. I
No
drag
worries.
this like that. Yeah.
So let's take like 10, 15 more minutes and then we'll wrap this up and we'll move on, okay?
Okay.
We could always come back. So that's the nice thing, because it sounds like there's some things you're thinking on.
Brush, brush, brush. So in the you said in the paint, then we'll add a paint layer,
Mhm.
and then
Well, you want to add a paint layer to your mask. So, like, wherever you're wanting to paint the scratches.
yeah, on here, right?
Yep.
So then I would go
But you need to.
into
You're not quite doing it right. So, watch me one more time, and I'll show you. Okay.
okay.
So if I want to add scratches to this belt buckle here, right? I'm gonna find the folder where I have all my gold stuff for my belt buckle.
Uh,
I'm gonna add a fill layer. And I'm gonna turn on my height and lower it. I'm gonna right click and add a mask, and then in that mask, I'm gonna add a paint layer. Okay. Once I've done that, I can come over here to the left-hand side, and in the brushes, I can type in scratch and look for some scratches that I want. Once I've clicked that, I'll then be able to start painting those scratches in.
mm,
And because I've got this on a fill layer, I can kind of manipulate this and kind of find what I'm looking for. Does that make sense?
yeah, I'm just trying to like take notes on that. It's like there's a specific like ordering you do. It goes you did a folder, then you added a paint layer, then that paint layer you went in and just went to the height of the paint layer.
Yep. I added a fill layer, added whatever properties I wanted. Then I made a mask, and then I added a fill layer or a paint layer to that mask so that I could paint on the mask.
Folder, you made a mask in the folder, and then on that mask, you added a paint layer, and then in that paint layer,
Did not
you
say
added the
folder.
height. But,
Did not say folder.
uh, I bet, aren't you in a folder
So
though?
I am in a folder, but I'm just adding a fill layer, setting whatever like uh channels that I want to affect, so color and height.
Yeah.
And then I'm right clicking that fill layer, adding a black mask, and then adding a paint layer to the mask. Then I'm just finding whatever brush gives me the effect I want, and then I am painting in my scratches.
Fill layer to the mask. Oof.
So I'll walk you through it. So get rid of that.
Like that, you mean?
No, get rid of the other thing. Whatever is causing all
That?
of the scratches and stuff. Yeah, get rid of that.
Okay.
And get rid of that layer that you just made.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're gonna add a fill layer.
Oh, no, that's paint.
Nope.
Fill layer.
There we go. We're gonna turn on the channels that we want to use. So for us, let's just turn on height. So we'll turn all the other ones off.
Yeah.
We'll drop the height down.
Okay.
Okay. And then we'll right click on our fill layer. We'll add a mask. And then we'll right click on the mask. And we'll add a paint layer. Then in our brushes, or in our library over there, we'll type in scratches. And what we can do is we can filter this by brushes by hitting that little filter icon and going to brushes. And now it'll show you all the brushes that are associated with scratches. And we'll just find one that we like.
Hmm.
So now we'll just paint those on.
Oh.
And then if it's too intense for you, that's where you can just go back to your fill layer and adjust it.
Gotcha. Ah, that is exactly what I was wanting. Nice. Cool. And then what did I?
All right.
Yeah.
You ready to start moving forward?
Yeah, it's good enough. I'm getting too obsessed with this.
No. This is the time to be so, right? Because texturing does so much for the model. But we can always come back to this.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely come back and we'll explore some more stuff. But for now, let's a good thing to do is to kind of know what this is even going to look like in the engine, because you could do a lot of work and then realize you don't like a lot of it.
True.
So we're gonna get this prepped and ready for export. So let's go up to File, and we'll save our project so that way we have all our work that we've done.
Okay.
File, save.
Uh, save. All right.
And now we're gonna go to File and Export Textures, or Control Shift E.
Okay.
And now you'll see that on the left-hand side, we got our global settings. It's showing us our body and our head. And if we click on them, it'll show us our outputs.
Mm-hmm.
So click on one.
Our body and our head. Okay.
Yep. So you'll see here it says output template, Unreal Engine 4 packed, file type PNG, and it's 8-bit. The size is 2048 by 2048.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some dilation, and then it shows us we're making a color map, a metallic roughness, an AO map, a normal, and if we have one, an emissive map.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty cool.
Very cool.
So we'll go back to the global settings.
I'm gonna keep yours. There we go. All right. So back to global
So,
settings.
yep. And in the global settings, there's a couple things we can do. If you don't want it to output in 2048 by 2048, it's because what it's doing is it's based on each texture set size, which is something that we set at the beginning of the project. So if you actually want this to be less, you could manually set it, or if you want it to be more, you can manually set it. This is nice because in Substance Painter, let's say you're working at like 512 by 512, but
Mhm.
you want to output a 4K texture, but your computer just chugs when you bump it up to 4K, you can do so. That's what's so great about these non-destructive procedural workflows. So I'm going to set mine to 2K or 4K.
What did you
And
set
then
yours
up
to?
at the top, I'm sorry,
What did you set your to?
well, I set mine to 4K. Up at the top, we have our output directory. And if we click on that, we can then set where we want to export this out to. So for me, I just put it in my Bomberman folder, in my exports folder, and then I made a folder called textures.
Hmm. Kind of want to export it into the same, everything into the
You
same
can do whatever
folder.
you want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find where I put the other stuff. Save this. It's so important where I save this. Desktop, and then I'm just gonna make a folder. And then folder. Okay.
And then once you got all that set up, just hit that export. And you'll see what it's doing is it's exporting all these textures out. Now, you may not have like anything in emissive and stuff. It'll still export those out, but it'll export them out as just kind of like a blank texture that we can always either delete or so on and so forth. Once it's done, we can save our settings. So this way, when we ever come back to this, we'll have everything set up the exact same way, and we'll save our project one last time, and we're done in here for now.
Wow.
So save your project. So it saves all those settings.
All right. There you go. Control S. All right. Saved.
Awesome. And so now it's time to go into Unreal.
Yippee.
So let's just open up Unreal and let's make a project. I recommend in the Epic Launcher. Oop, bring it back up. In the Epic Launcher, in your library, you might have something if you type in meta, and there might be a meta human lighting project. I actually recommend using that. It'll give you a lot of really great templates to just kind of showcase in a really nice like cinematic lighting.
So I'm exiting out of Substance Painter now.
Yep. Yeah, we're done with it.
I'm not opening up. No, even up of the MetaHuman lighting, the
Yeah.
5.5.
Yeah, you already got one. Yeah. Open that up.
Yeah, you had me download this whenever we did the stuff in here that we
Sure.
were gonna continue
Now,
doing, but we got
yes, we
we're
will.
doing that.
We will.
Okay.
It's not that we got distracted, it's that that plugin ended up going like live and so it was no longer free. So we wouldn't have been able to move forward.
Really? Even though we
Us-
had the plugin?
Yeah, yeah. It's got like a trial thing and it was on an infinite trial until the product went full release. And it was like literally the week we did that. It was like the weekend after the guy was like, "All right, it's finally full release." And I was like, "Oh fuck. We can't move forward now."
Hmm.
But that's okay because we'll still be doing something with it in the future. While we're waiting for Unreal to boot up and stuff, let's jump back into Maya and I'm going to show you something kind of important.
You still hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
And make sure that we're loading up the Maya file that has the proper UVs and everything that we were using in our Substance Painter.
Yeah. Why would I open up anything else, huh? Why would I think I'm stupid or something, huh? And like,
Sometimes it happens, brother. I've done it.
very true, very oblivious to what you're doing. Yeah. Okay. So what am I doing with this?
Yeah. So if you look at my screen for a moment, I've loaded in the Unreal Engine mannequin. And what this guy is he's a really great sense of scale, because here's our Bomberman. Here is the mannequin. Now you might think at first the mannequin's huge, right? But the problem is it's actually very, very small. And if I come in here and I go to create, measuring tool, distance tool, I can actually find the real world scale value of something with this tool, which is really, really helpful.
It went
So I
where?
can see here,
I did not
create,
see we create.
create,
Ah, gotcha.
measuring tool, distance tool.
Gotcha.
And what this does is it displays in centimeters. So it's 182 centimeters. So to find out how much 182 centimeters is, 2 feet, just do that. So 182 centimeters to feet is about 6 foot. So just a little bit under, right?
Mhm.
So that tells us that the mannequin is about a 6 foot tall person.
Okay.
Unfortunately, our Bomberman's about the size of an ant.
Mm.
So when we import him into the engine, he's going to be very, very small. And sometimes game engines actually have a real hard problem with that when something's that small. And they can come in really bad and funky. There can be missing faces, or it can just do wonky things. So it's always good to scale our character up to the size that we think he can be. And
The
it's good to always
size
have
of a
some kind of
small
comparison.
child. Yeah.
Yeah, he could be something like that, or he could be something like that, or shit, man, he could be a fucking 6 foot Bomberman that's about to crush you with his metal ball hands. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it would be good to have that. So what we'll do is we'll duplicate our group again, and this one will be our game group, right? Because we want to keep that low in case we need to go back and make any changes to our bakes and stuff. We still want to have our low and our high poly match, right?
Mhm.
So now I have a group that's called Bomberman Group Game, and I'm just going to scale this one up to the size that I want him to be.
Mhm.
And then I'm just going to go to modify and freeze my transforms so that his scale isn't 72 across the board. It's set back to 1, and that's his default state. So go ahead and do that. Now, you're like, wait a minute, I don't have the mannequin, Adrian, right?
Mhm.
So an easy way to get the mannequin is if you go into your Unreal project that is now open.
Is it open though? Is it
Maybe it's
open?
not.
It's struggling.
It's open.
Okay. What am
We
I
can do
doing
a
here?
couple of things. So we might already have a mannequin in the project somewhere. So if we just type in the search bar man, there might be a Manny or a mannequin or a Quinn. Doesn't really matter.
In in the content drawer, right?
Mhm.
Man.
Now you'll see that in your context, you're in the MetaHumans folder, Nathan.
Huh.
So go back to content, and this will allow you to search in a much broader. We can also isolate this down. There's that little like 3 bar icon next to where you typed in man. And we can come in here and we can say, let's look for skeletal meshes. And so now, if we have a mannequin in the project, it would show up here. Now it seems like you don't. So there's an easy way to add one in.
Huh.
So we'll go ahead and exit out of our search,
Okay.
and we'll turn off our skeletal mesh filter. and we'll right click in the content browser, and we'll go up and we'll say add feature or content pack. Right click. Oh, go back into content. And then right click in the open. Yeah.
I can't tell if it's being slow or.
It might be. It looks like it's chugging.
Is there a way I can change
And then say
scene
add.
so it's not chugging so much?
Yeah.
How do I do that?
Just go to. Let's see. What do you got? Maps. And then in there, you can go to any of the maps. So go to the one on the far right. Click that one. And then, yeah, click that. There you go. It should chug less now.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Ugh.
Alright, and so
PC
back to your
edit.
content folder.
Struggles with this so much. Okay, go have a contents folder. Right click.
Right click.
There we go.
And then say add feature or content pack.
All right.
And then what we can do is we can add the third person content pack. And this will give us some mannequins once it's done porting over.
All right. Well, while that is happening, I'm going to eat.
Okay.
Weren't you also eating? Or you already finished?
I already finished.
I said 8 when you ate because I was sitting here with my food and I didn't eat it because I was too busy being tunnel vision in that metal belt.
We can take a quick break if we need to.
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah.
So is it imported in now or?
I think so, yeah. We can see that it's brought it up. So now if we go back to the content folder and we type in man, we'll probably find some mannequins.
All right. Okay.
And then essentially we'll just grab, like, let's just grab the SK mannequin up
This one?
there, right click it. Yep. And when we right click it, there should be a asset actions further down. And we can say export. And that's how we can export things out of Unreal.
Export it. Okay, and then I just click export.
Yep.
I don't need to change any of
So
the
turn off
settings.
vertex colors, turn
Uh,
off level of details, vertex colors, collisions. We don't need morph targets. And then we're good.
export local time.
Yeah, that's fine. We can export. And now, once that's exported, you can jump back into Maya and import that mannequin in. And that will be how we can get him in the scene and use him as a sense of scale. Now, another way that we can get a sense of scale in Maya is if we know that we want something 6 feet tall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then what we can do is, we can essentially say, hey, we can take that distance tool and we can find 182 centimeters, and then we can just make a cube and just make it that tall, right?
Hmm.
And that also helps us get a sense. So you don't need this guy. I just think it's really helpful and it's kind of easy to understand.
Mm-hmm.
But once you get there, let me know and we'll start working on some other things.
All right. And now I scale all
All right.
3, right?
Nope. Nope, you're gonna just scale your game one, but make sure that the game is correct. So last time we made the game, it was before we made a bunch of changes. So you might just delete it and then duplicate your low just to make sure.
What did you scale him as?
No, that's about right. That's where I scaled them out. It doesn't really matter. It's just whatever you want to scale them to.
I guess that's true. Right under his nutsack. There we go. Its head
Nice.
is caressing
Bomberman's a
his.
child, brother.
Marv,
Disgusting.
what a response! Response.
Set yourself
Barman is
up
a
for failure
child.
on that one.
Barman is a child. I'd be like, what? No. What?
What have I done?
No, he's a child. He's a child. I delete my browser history. No.
Yep, going to jail, motherfucker.
Yeah. Haha. Jokes on me. Haha. It finally got me.
Finally. Jesus.
Well, I what? Game export?
Well, you want to make sure that you freeze your transforms. Remember that part? So once you've scaled it up, select that group and then go to modify, freeze transformations. Because if you import him in, then he's going to come in at like 76 or whatever. and scale, and we want that to be his like base.
Mm, Gotcha.
Now you can go to game export. Do your thing.
So now I
Now you what?
just bring him in. I really right.
Yep. Now you're just importing in your textures and importing in the static mesh. Because right now it's going to be a static mesh, but when we go back to this the next time, it we're going to start adding bones and stuff like that, so it will become a skeletal mesh. So right now we're just kind of prepping our scene. We're prepping things that's kind of easy, because this next portion will be a little time consuming for us.
Mm. Import content. Any like settings I need to know about?
Yep, for sure. So, one of the things that we'll need to do for this is if we scroll down, there's going to be a static mesh portion there. Yep. And we're going to do combined static meshes. So this way they don't all come in separately. And then we'll scroll down some more. And right there, up a little bit, we'll uncheck import materials and uncheck import textures. We don't want to bring anything in. We want to bring them in manually. Now you might think, well, Adrian, aren't we importing in textures? This is like if a model has some kind of like metadata attached to it and the textures are associated with it. We don't have that. So we just don't want it to bring in anything else that it might bring in.
Oh, okay.
And that's pretty much it. So then we can just say import. And then we'll import in our textures. And then we'll start getting our materials set up. We'll get our textures associated with that. And then I think that's a good place to call it for tonight. That'll get us in a damn good spot. We made some huge progress over the last few days because we're practically like, if I knew how to rig really well, we'd be like 80% done now. But I don't know how to rig well, so.
That's fine. Me figuring out the answers myself is a good skill to improve.
That is true.
So I don't mind. Actually, I prefer doing that. Instead of you telling me what to do all the time, just do it myself.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so I got the FBI sending out the textures in. So now what?
You got the textures in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now what?
Where are they?
Where?
Oh, in a different folder. Okay, cool. All right, so now it's time to start making our materials.
What?
So what we're going to do is we're going to right click. Yeah, you
There
do
we
you.
go.
That's fine. We'll right click and then we'll just click the material and we'll make
Okay.
a material. And I'm going to call this m_master. This is just going to be a material that I use for everything.
What?
So we'll learn about materials and material instances. Now in this case, we're going to just make a really simple one. So we're going to take our textures, we're going to take our body base color, normal, and occlusion, roughness, and metallic. We're going to take those three maps
Uh-huh.
and we're going to bring them into the material.
Okay. How do I do that?
Open up your material, then go to where your textures are.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then drag them in. So just drag the ones that are associated with your body, all three of those first ones.
Kind of like shift select them and then drag them in. Okay.
Yeah. And that's that. And so now that we have those, we're going to take our color map, we're going to take the RGB output, and we're going to put it into the base color input. You'll see that your material will change when you do that.
How do I know which one's which?
Well,
Yeah, it's right there.
yeah.
Color. Right, two colors.
Yep. Yep.
So
If
I
you
drag.
hover over the name where the texture is in the details panel there. Yep. Hover over the up above. Yeah. See, it
Oh.
tells you what the name is.
Oh, but it doesn't do
So
any.
that's your basic.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's your base color map up there. So
So
we want
no.
to take that RGB.
So this. Oh no, the
RGB.
Oh, the RGB. Oh, I gotta zoom in so I can see. So, and then this is the base color.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then we'll take our normal RGB and we'll plug it into our normal input.
And then the occlusion roughness metallic.
How do we do this one?
Is like that. Uh. Wait, no, I think I got it backwards. Because occlusion roughness then metallic, so occlusion. So occlusion would be first. So it'd be occlusion, roughness, then metallic. Like that?
Hell yeah. Yes, sir. Now, there will be a problem with this.
Oh, wait, hold on. I think I dragged them into two separate ones.
If you want to get rid of that, hold Alt and then just click on the emissive color input.
There we go.
There you go. And then if you apply and
Occlusion,
save, you'll be good to go.
roughness, metallic. Alright, so then now I do save, you said?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Now, the problem is that when you were clicking on your textures and stuff like that, there's that sampler type, and you had two that said color. And the problem is when you're using multiple channels in Unreal
Mhm.
or not just in Unreal, even in Unity, if you're using multiple channels as multiple textures, you actually want to have this in a different sampler space. So if I click on that occlusion roughness metallic map,
Uh-huh.
I go over to the left-hand side and I hit that little folder with the magnifying glass.
Mm-hmm.
That'll take us directly to that texture in the content browser. And if I double click that, it'll open up the texture editor. And in here on the right-hand side is a bunch of settings. And this is what Unreal's using to kind of filter this texture and convert it to a game texture.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see it says up at the top, it says imported at 4K, it's being displayed at 4K, yada, yada, yada. There's a bunch of other stuff, format, DXT1, all of this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if we scroll down to where it says compression, go down a little bit. Yep, up a little bit. Nope, 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 nope. You were fine. Go up. Right there, compression. And then we can see we have compression settings.
Okay.
We can change our compression settings to different types of compression. So you'll see one that's default, one that's normal map, and one that's mask, and so on and so forth. If we change this to mask, it's probably going to give us a kickback, and it's going to go, whoa, hold on, you just changed that. We jumped over to the material, and now we have an error. And that error is telling us, if we look at our stats, where you've kind of made it minimized, it's telling us, hey, the sampler type is color for this texture, but it should be mask. See, it says that in the beginning.
Oh, so this
Sampler type
color
is
should be
color,
masked for
should be
this.
mask.
Okay.
So we need to change that sampler type to mask.
Mm-hmm.
So down a little bit. There you go. Voila. Now your material is actually looking the proper way because it's actually using all three of those channels as an individual mask or an individual texture.
Ah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So now we can save. Now, a cool thing we can do is we can actually make that material into something a little bit more usable for us. So just for a moment, watch my screen. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click this texture sampler, which was our color map, and I'm going to convert it to a parameter. And I'm going to call it color. I'm going to do the same thing with our normal map and call it normal. And then I'm going to do the same thing with our ambient occlusion, roughness, and metallic map. And I'm going to call it ORM, occlusion, roughness, metallic, right?
Uh-huh.
If I hit apply and I save, and I go to my content browser and I right click on my material, I can now create an instance of that material. And if I
Uh-huh.
double click in that instance, I'll have this cool little parameter group, which will allow me to change those textures without having to reset up a new material.
Mm.
So we now just made our material for both our body and our head because they use the same textures. Pretty cool.
Very cool.
So I can literally just drag them in and voila, we now have two materials from one material.
Wow.
So go ahead and get that set up for yourself.
I figure out.
So right click that texture sampler, go back to your material there. And convert to parameter.
The parameter. Okay. And then you. Oh my god, dude! I'm starting to get to this
And then
high
I'm
part.
gonna no,
Oh no!
it's okay. It's okay. We've been at this for a while now. So ORM,
You want to name
it
it
doesn't matter
ORM?
what you name it. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you name it, but I just name it what I like to identify that as. So I want to know that that's my occlusion roughness metallic map. And then the next one, or actually, was that? Yeah, that is yours. Yeah. And then the one above it is your color map. So
Mhm.
I'll right click that and then I'll add, then to a parameter and then I'll name it what I feel is appropriate.
Okay. And then you have your parameter. Okay. And then what are we doing?
And then once we've done all that, we'll hit apply.
Save.
Save. Yep. That's fine. Save is fine.
Oh, my
And
bad.
then we'll go.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll go back to our content drawer. We'll find that material that we made.
Okay.
And we'll
Right
right
there.
click it.
Uh-huh.
And up at the top, it says create material instance.
Okay.
And I like to call this MI underscore for material instance. And then whatever you want to name it, body, head. Sky's the limit for you on that.
Okay.
You can make another one if you'd like. So you have two instances.
So I can just copy this, like
So
Control
click
D.
your, no. So right click your material, your master material again, and then create an instance from that.
Um,
Yeah.
why do you not? Why?
I will explain that another day.
Ah,
But
yeah.
for
Okay.
now, kind of do that. It gets a little confusing, which is why.
And then you're like, uh, so I want to go in the head, and then I want to change these around to the other textures.
Yep.
Wait, what am I in right now? What is this?
You're in your material editor. So see where it says global texture parameter values? Hit that drop down on it. There you go.
Oh, gotcha. What was it in before?
I don't know. I wasn't watching.
No, this.
That's your material editor. And then the other one is a material instance editor.
Wow. Wow. Okay. So
Think of
material.
this as a material as like the code, and then this is like the user front.
Ah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. And then in here. Oh, brother. Okay. Where you are. Textures, and then I want to bring in the head. This is the color. This is the. This is the. Why are these not changing? Do I need to, I need to turn them on, then I can change them. Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay. And now. Should I? Do I need to like save this or something?
Hmm?
Or what is this like save sibling, save child? I
Well,
need to
hold
worry
on.
about that.
So you see, you're getting a little error again, and it's saying, "Hey." Right there,
Where?
it says on net material insert, there's a long string there.
This?
It's saying, "Hey, yep." It's saying, "Hey, this texture, blah 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 blah, needs to be set as mask." So remember, you need to set your other ORM to mask.
No. What? Wait, was it in here?
Nope, that's your normal.
You are so right.
You can just select it from the
Oh yeah.
down that one,
This one.
ORM.
And then in
You want
here,
to change that compression setting. Yep,
compression setting,
to mask.
the mask. And then
Now, when you go back to that material instance, it may still say that issue, but it is corrected. If you want to get rid of that error, all you need to do is just reset your texture for your ORM by hitting that little reset button on the right,
this.
and then just assign the texture again.
This.
There you go.
So that thing that was overlapping this other yellow text was the error?
Yep.
Why
It
is
doesn't
all
always
this
do that.
overlapping?
I don't know why it's doing that for you.
Oh god. And I couldn't even tell what you mean by an error thing. I thought that was just a part of whatever this was, or like all of this was errors. I was so confused with
Yeah,
like what
that's super
yellow
fair.
text was what. Alright.
Yeah, that's super fair.
So now I just save and minimize, and I'm good to
Yep.
go with all the materials.
Yep. And so now you got your body material and your head material, right? So now we need to assign them to your mesh.
Okay.
So go to where your mesh is
Okay.
and open that up. And this is the mesh editor that pops open. And in here on the right hand side, you'll see there's two material slots.
Okay.
And you'll see that they have names. One has a slot body and a slot head. So you can kind of tell which one needs what.
What?
So see where it says world grid material and go to the right. Go to the right.
World grid?
Down
Okay.
a little bit, right, up. There you go.
Oh, I need to slide this over. Oh, body head. Gotcha. See, I couldn't really tell that I said body head. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't like that before, but okay.
Oh, you get. Oh, I'm sorry. It was like this. There you
Yeah.
go.
No, it was a little
Yeah,
bit
it was
rugged
like.
than that.
Oh, okay.
You've
It was
been
like this.
a little bit of an exaggerator.
Ah,
You know,
I love
yeah,
exaggerating to prove my
yeah.
point. To
All
prove
right,
my
assign your
point.
stupid ass materials.
Oh, okay.
And see, voila.
Wow. And now when I
Now, if you hit
minimize it.
save,
Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Save.
and then you go back,
There.
if you drag him into the scene now, he will have all his materials assigned.
Now should I drag him here or should I drag him here?
Yeah, yeah, you can drag him wherever you want. Put him in the outliner if you want, or put him in the scene.
Is it doing a thing? Is anything happening? Okay. He's in the scene.
Okay.
Can't really see.
Now you'll see that he kind of dragged into a weird spot, but you'll see there's a location with 270, negative 430, and there's a reset there, and that'll just snap him to the center.
Wow. Okay.
You
Well,
have
I
done it,
centered
my man.
this. How do I center in on something in Unreal?
F.
Why
Yeah, pretty cool, right?
why is the lighting so weird?
Well, we'll definitely talk about that. So if you look at my screen, you can see that I've kind of got a little bit of a setup going now. And he don't look too bad.
He doesn't look too bad. Yours look amazing compared to mine. Mine looks
Well, that's because you're shit.
terrible. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yours looks amazing.
Now, I'm probably gonna, when we get closer to the end, I'm probably actually gonna subdivide this up again so I can just get something a little extra out of him. But for now, I think he looks pretty cool. And I'm pretty satisfied. There might be some other things I'll do with him. I actually want to give him like an outline. I think that would be fun.
That would be
So
cool.
I'll work on some things eventually. But for now, not too bad. Not too bad. Now, one thing that you notice is yours doesn't have your eyes. You didn't bring your eyes with you.
Because we deleted them.
Yeah, so let's get them back. Let's go into our My file. Do we still have our eyes somewhere? Or are they gone?
They're gone.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll save this one, and then we'll open up an earlier version of it where you still had the eyes. And then we'll just export those eyes. Or you can remake them, whatever you want to do.
I control Z and I have the eyes. Because I deleted the game one because the game one
Okay,
didn't have the
yeah,
right topology.
yeah, we could do that. So we'll just grab those eyes and then move them into the, like, just move them outside of that group, and then we can delete that group, duplicate our load, then add that one into the duplicate.
Okay then. I get middle mouse drag. Okay, they're outside the group. Do I need to like scale them up?
No.
Really?
So, not yet.
Oh,
Go ahead and delete that game one.
okay. And I'll duplicate the low. Uh, and then I export them. File. No. I have to do modify, freeze transform, then game export. Okay. And then I'm coming back in
All right.
here.
Yep.
And
And then
then
you'll just right click them. And then there should be a re-import.
oh wait, I was supposed to name the same thing, wasn't I? Oh yeah. Okay, hold on, let me
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You'll want to override.
gotcha. Yeah, override. See, I was trying to do this in Unity. Trying to like re-import stuff and then like it keep everything. There's a way to
Hmm.
do it, but I can never get it right.
Yeah, I don't know with Unity. I mean, I do know, but I just don't know off the top of my head.
Wow, he has
Unity
eyes.
is all over the place on it. All right, so now we've got that in. And so now let's make a material for the eye. Because again, we're not really using any textures for the eyes, right?
Uh-huh.
And for the most part, we don't even really care about the UVs.
Uh-huh.
So we're just going to kind of get what we need in.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And then we'll open that up.
Uh-huh.
open. I just like drag out base color and do like color. No.
And on this one, call it color. And then we'll take that RGB output, the white, which will take all the vectors.
Mr. Smarty
All right.
Pants.
There you
That
go.
was obvious.
So now,
Sorry.
if we apply and save,
Okay. Why apply and save? Why did I just save? Because it's just like saving just
it
applies to
doesn't matter.
anyway.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Do whatever.
Okay.
Do whatever you want.
So like, stop telling me things that are just not the most efficient way, and
Yep,
we'll
yep,
be
yep.
fine. Oh no! Horrible.
And then we can decrease the ambient occlusion. And if you're like, dude, we learned a lot of things and I just need some time to kind of like absorb this and I want to just kind of play around with things, by all means do so. There's no rush on this, okay?
Hmm.
I want you to enjoy this process. I want you to have fun, but I also want you to explore and just try things out. Okay?
Yeah.
So the next time we're on, we're going to go over a little bit of lighting, right? We're going to fix a lot of the lighting issues and stuff like that that's happening. And we'll get something that looks kind of cool. And then it'll be on to like rigging and stuff. Cool?
Yeah. Very cool. Why is it shading like that? Ugh. Ugh. God.
There's a lot of
almighty.
reasons. Some of it is Unreal, so
Ugh. Look at all that. Ugh.
blech.
Yeah.
But I'm excited for you because we'll have a portfolio piece. We can throw it in the portfolio. I know it's not something you're super passionate about, but it's something you can show. And you'll grow, you'll get better. So, yeah, super exciting.
Yeah, adding stuff in there is always a good thing. That's what's really cool. Is that like this is as slow as I'm going to be, you know? How long have you been spinning on this? We started on the 16th.
Yeah, something like that. I think we've done awesome. I'm super proud of you right now. I hope that you continue to do this and you stop that quitter talk. And we just have fun. We enjoy the process.
Yeah, I just scrolled up and saw the progress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, you're doing awesome. This is also why it's good to post, right?
Yeah, look at that. He's looking on my screen right now.
Yeah. Isn't that cool?
Yeah. Very cool.
That's a good feeling, right?
Yeah.
Because, dude, like, here's the thing. Right now, we're trying to make this like a super, like, portrait kind of like portfolio setting piece. But the real truth of the matter is that this is a game character through and through. And he's probably going to be like this big in Bomberman. And when he's that big, he looks really damn good, right? Like, that looks awesome.
Yeah. From so far away.
Yeah. Because, like, if you've ever played a Bomberman game, they're literally like, they're like that big. So this motherfucker looked good.
Looking good, baby.
He's probably a little too detailed in some areas because you just ain't seeing it. But that's the cool thing. That's the super cool thing. And that's where we get to have a lot of fun with this. Because here's the fun thing, okay? I don't know if we can do this, but I did make a Bomberman game. And I could just replace the character and we could add our Bombermans in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So there is a possibility Well, we could actually see it in like gameplay, and I think that would be a lot of fun.
That would be pretty cool.
Now, that all really just depends on if we can actually do the rigging portion. I think I have some good plans on how to do it. I'm hopeful. I'm really hopeful because I would like to do it and do it well.
I'll be able to do
But,
it.
you
I don't
know,
know if we're gonna do it well. We'll definitely be able to do it.
yeah. But I have a couple of people, Eli and a couple of other people, who are willing to help us. So if we hit some struggles, they're they already told me they'd jump in and help us out, which is good because that's what they do for like a living, is rigging.
Oh, we'll definitely be able to do it then. What are you so
Yeah.
worried about?
So
You got friends, you got connections and shit, dude. I'm
I'm just
jealous.
worried because like I've tried to do rigging so many times and I'm just not like I'm just not good at it. I've realized that it is a thing that just does not connect with me. Not smart enough. I don't know what it is. Um, but I can't ever seem to get my bearings with it. Um, and so I'm hopeful that maybe if I start with some more simpler things, because I'm always kind of forced in a little bit more complex stuff with it, that maybe I'll build some confidence in that, and I'll start finding some leeway with it. Because what I would love for us to do is to set up our skeleton in Maya, get it all set up to where we can do simple little animations and stuff like that. Build a control rig in Maya to, if we want to animate in Maya, we can do so. But then also bring it in Unreal and set up a control rig in Unreal. So if we want to tweak those animations or make some animations strictly from Unreal, we'll be able to do so as well.
Mm.
I think that'll be really cool and a lot of fun. And so we'll see. We will see. But here's that Bomberman game I was talking about.
Yeah, I remember you working on a Bomberman game.
It's still working.
If it's still working. Hold up, hold up.
Never mind, it's taking a while. Yeah. I think it would be cool to see like our little Bomberman in this.
Didn't you
Just
already make
running
a
around.
Bomberman or no?
No. I just had like a model that I found.
Oh, it's a tutorial guy, yeah.
Yeah. But I think this would be cool.
We could like literally get, that would be fun if it was like a multiplayer. We both control Bomberman and like verse each other.
Oh, that's so funny that you say that.
But did you already uh, did you already get that set up, really? How the fuck did you set up multiplayer? I thought that was like extremely difficult to do.
Yeah. I don't know if it works well, but it's set up. See?
Yeah, you got like an intro animation and shit with like 4 players. You
Yeah, boy. I was
literally
ambitious.
you what?
And I was at one point able to control multiple people. I don't know if I still am. So I do know the multiplayer thing can work. I just don't know how well.
Oh, this is sick.
Because I used to have them like moving around.
Yeah, drops and everything. Does it actually work?
Yeah.
The upgrades.
They got power-ups. Yeah, I made all of this.
All of it works. The power ups work and shit too.
Yeah.
What? So what,
See,
what did
look,
the power ups do?
now I can drop 2 bombs at the same time. So I'll show you.
Whoa.
And I'll go grab this one, and now I'll be able to do 3. I got a downgrade, so now I'm slower. I'll get another downgrade, and I'm slow again.
I don't know how
See?
Bomberman works. Oh wow. Isn't there one where it's like you can make the explosion longer?
Uh-huh.
Did you add
Yeah,
that
this
in
is the
too?
firepower.
Firepower.
So see, I'll put a bomb here, and it should hit that one way over to the left.
Oh wow.
And now I'm faster. The problem was is I ran into a couple of issues with this. Because you can see that the stone's supposed to block the bomb,
Yeah, and
but
it's
if I
not.
put one down, it goes through it. And it wasn't
Yeah.
supposed to do that. Come here, you little fucker.
Oh yeah.
See ya.
Does he actually kill him?
And it
Oh
killed him!
wow.
Ah, he's dead!
Oh, that's cool.
So I think that would be fun.
That'd be really cool.
We
And
could
have
build
our
our
own
own
like
custom level.
like custom skins of Bomber
Yeah,
Band. Or we
yeah,
play against each other. That would be really cool. I love party games.
yeah. Yep, yep. Because I put all this together and like, this is what's in the Unreal community project.
Yeah. We
Like,
made
I
this a
want people to help
long.
me make stuff like this because I'm not a fucking coder. I'm just doing what I can.
Yeah.
I would love to be better at coding for sure. But like, I was trying to figure out online too. I think I got online working, but it like kept fucking up every once in a while. So, but I was trying. So it would be fun to pick it back up.
Yeah. That'd be
But
pretty
anyways,
cool.
I don't think we should do that anytime soon. But I do think it'd be fun if we get our character rigged and animated and stuff like that. We could replace him. We could get like a simple walk run animation,
Yeah.
and then maybe like a death animation when he gets hit, he'll spin and go oh and fall over.
I really just wanna that like GIF you sent that I said that looks so cute and like
Yeah, we could recreate that first.
that that GIF animation is so cute. It's so simple. His little
Yeah,
spit and ah, like all of the animations to be like that simple.
yeah, me too. Because
Like that.
I am a better rigger than I am an animator, and that's not saying much.
Uh,
I just do not have the animation skill, and people get so mad about that because they're like, "Adrian, you're so good at all these other things," and I'm like, "Yeah, but that doesn't equate to me being a good animator. That's just a different mindset."
yeah. Ah, dude, I want to get into
So,
animation so badly, dude.
but thankfully, that guy that I had you talk to a while back ago, Zach, he's an animator, and
Mads
I was talking to him about it, and he was
Mikkelsen?
like, "Hey, well, if you guys need help,"
Mads guy in the
so.
Discord?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm scrolling up in the thing to show you stuff that he animated. Got a
Yep,
little robot walk cycle.
the guy that worked on Sonic the movie and stuff,
Really? He worked on
Madam
Sonic
Web.
movie?
Yep, he worked on Sonic 2. He worked on Madam Web. He worked on Ant-Man and the Quantum Universe or whatever that fucking one was called.
Yeah. Into the Spider-Verse?
Um, yep, he worked on Alien and Predator or that new Predator. I don't remember what that one was called. Um,
Mads and uh wait, they got matching profiles?
oh,
Barndles
no,
and
not
Matt?
those. No, 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 not those two. His name was Zach.
Zach. I have no idea what you're talking about.
He was the guy that was he
Scary
tried to
guy Zach?
apply.
That guy?
Yeah, scary guy Zach. He was the one that tried to apply to that company you wanted to work at, the Dead by
Yeah.
Daylight.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the movies he worked on. He's worked on
Oh.
a lot. He's stupid talented.
That scary guy Zach. Yeah.
Yeah, he's an animator. He's our
Yeah.
lead animator at our job.
Ah, that's how you got connected to that guy. Yeah, I remember
Mhm.
talking to him. I haven't talked to him since like last year.
Yeah, he is stupid talented. He's got a lot of really great connections, and he's had some really cool opportunities.
Yeah, it's all the same thing like that. Oh God. Okay, I need to talk to him.
So my thing is that I was talking to him, and he was saying that yeah, he'd help us with animation if we had some issues. So
Oh,
that's really
dude,
cool
love
because a
you.
lot of people owe me things, so I can cash in on that.
A lot of owe me things I can cash in. I'm
Hmm.
glad to just be around whenever you're cashing in stuff and just be a little leech off of your
Well, that's the
success.
thing. That's the thing is that like you can always trade skills, right? So you can be like, "Hey, I'll teach you how to do this," and then one day You know, you can be like, "Oh, I really wish I could animate," and they'll be like, "Oh, well, you helped me, I'll help you," and you're like, "Oh, you don't have to." Okay,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Tell me
fucking do
everything.
that.
You tell me you better fucking tell me. They're single you at your neck. Exactly.
So that's the thing, right? So here's to hoping that the rest of this project will go smoothly, and then
Oh,
we'll just kind of keep building things up, right?
bro. Like this will go as smoothly as it always does. Hell yeah.
I think it's going great. Like, bruh, we we may actually finish a project. I can't believe it. I've been trying to do that for 5 years.
Mhm.
I'm so
Ever since I
ecstatic.
left your job, man. Oh my god. I didn't even have a PC when I left.
I know. You've come a long way. And don't forget that, right? You always kind of like, you're really kind of hard on yourself on a lot of those things. Not to say that it's not 100% your fault on things, but there's also a lot of things that you really just, like, my God, you didn't have a computer. You know, you were graduating high school, you were trying to figure out college. Now you're trying to figure out work stuff, right? All that stuff, that takes priority, man.
COVID happens. Okay.
Yeah, COVID happened. Like, wow, Jesus, you know? Like, give yourself a break.
Give myself a break. Nah, I gotta. There is no break for me. Going straight to the workforce, boys. Being a
Well, I mean,
man. Ain't
I
no
don't
break.
mean give yourself a break as like don't do anything. Give yourself a break as stop being hard on yourself.
Mm, gotcha.
Like you've done
Well,
a lot.
that's more difficult.
Yeah, I can understand that. But you're killing it. You're doing a good job. So keep it up.
All right, dude. Well, we leaving call now.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, dude. Thanks a lot. I told you things will be different now because, like, when I'm in the right mental space and I'm like, yeah, I can do this, and then
Good.
because all the other times we've done it, I just wasn't in a good mental space, and then something would
Okay.
get in the way, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, blah, 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 and it didn't work out.
Well, I am inclined to I am starting to believe that. And that's an awesome thing. I'm really happy to see that, we're making progress, we're getting these things done. And, I'm hoping that it continues to do so. Because, I've been with you for a little while now, and it always hurts to hear how much you tear yourself down on these things because you're like, "Oh, I want to be so much better at this. I want to be so much further than these things." And I'm over here like, I'm trying to help you, but you got to help yourself.
Uh huh.
So I hope that you continue, man. And I think you're doing great. I'm honestly really, really surprised, but also really happy right now that we've made so much progress. And I know there's times you've joked where you're like, "Oh, I just want to impress you." You're doing it.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy that uh because it was such a massive setback. 'Cause I was able to get so much work done when I was with you, or whenever I came to the place,
Hmm.
right? But then, like after I
Yeah.
left, it's just like it was just a massive. It was like trying to get my life caught back up to be able to be in that same space to where I can actually
Hmm.
do what I already did back then. And it's just
Yeah.
crazy that it just took this long. Or just like, you know,
No, I absolutely understand that.
because I was
And I
already
think
doing
that
it.
that's
So I was like,
something
what
to,
changed? Like
yeah, I think that's something to really, 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 really think about, my guy. Because, there are people out there who don't get those opportunities. They got to just keep dealing with that shit day in and day out. But they have to find a way to forge forward. I know a chick, she had two children and they were very young, and her boyfriend, not her husband, her boyfriend, um was kind of like flaking out on her, and then she was like, I'm gonna I'm gonna do something better for my family. I'm gonna make sure that all our problems get minimized. I'm gonna go to college. I'm gonna go be a doctor.
This is
So
the
she
nurse you're
was working
talking
a
about.
full-time job,
Oh yeah.
and she had two young children and a man who couldn't even stick around, and it ended up leaving her for a little while.
hmm
And being a doctor takes a lot of time in school. Like you got to go to college for a hot fucking minute, and it's a lot of debt. But she kept doing all this stuff, and now she's got a really good job. She got married to the boyfriend because he eventually, hopefully, maybe fixed his shit.
Okay, yeah.
And then she got pregnant again and had a third kid. And she still kept on kicking. And that's the thing, is that you count yourself out when you don't believe that you can surmount what you feel is impossible. You have much more in you than you're giving yourself for, because people are surprising. They can do phenomenal things. They can do awful things, but they can also do phenomenal things.
Yeah, it's just like if I just like I hold myself back. So it's like ultimately the reason why I haven't been able to do any of the other projects, just me.
Mhm.
I guess not completely.
Well,
I feel like the
no,
majority of it.
I think a lot of it is because the thing is what you're trying to do is you're trying to align things. You're trying to get the perfect scenario in order for you to do the work. My friend that I just told you about, do you think that was the perfect scenario for her? Fuck no, it wasn't. But she made it work through tenacity, through
Yeah,
courage.
sacrifices.
But
I
they
bet
weren't
you had to
sacrifices
sacrifice a
to
lot
her,
of different
because the
things
thing
for
is
this.
that like she pulled through.
Yeah, I wish I got the full
And yes, they
picture.
are sacrifices from an outside view, because goddamn, we were all worried about her.
I don't
And
understand.
there were tough times for her.
There's something, like
Yeah. Everybody's got their little story. It's not
everyone's got
for
their
you to
little
compare.
secret to pull through. What are they? What's not? What's missing here? Does something adding up?
Yeah.
Something adding up,
No,
bro.
what I'm getting at is that there's no comparison for you here, right? You can't compare yourself to what she's done. But what you can
Oh,
do is you can be inspired by it. You can grow by it.
I love comparing myself.
Dude,
But I
when I
do
find myself
crush
in
my
like
life.
times of trouble and stuff like that, I typically think about like my mom. Because to me, my mom, as hard-headed and difficult and stubborn as that woman can be, she is also a fucking foundation, a steadfast rock. She has gone through ridiculous stuff. And I think when I was 25, what she was doing when she was 25, she had no high school GED. She had dropped out at like 18, got pregnant by some dude she didn't even know, had a child, was raising him on her own. Her dad died of throat cancer, so she had no more parents. She didn't really have any friends. She was on her own. And I'm like,